What do you dream about?
Power and sound, every positive movement, every conversation, every connection, every seed you plant, ripple. Don't let anyone ever tell you that one person can't make a change. Bullshit!
On the dawn of a harvest sun, are we speaking the truth in the sharpest tongue? Feast on a rabbit, served with a garnished lunch. We got the hardest puns. Mind master, trust your ability. NPC, it's an IQ deficiency. They're living in mental captivity. I'll never submit to these bloodline dynasties. On the dawn of a harvest, crops are sown to trade corn with the farmers. Sometimes I want out of this nightmare society like I was born with the Amish. I've got the formula mastered, claiming our power, there's more to be harnessed. I'm no ordinary artist, try wage war, I'll be forming the armies. eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest sun, we're telling them welcome to the eqRAnox. Welcome to the eqRAnox.
How do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
One, two, 1, 2. Welcome back to the Peasant Verse.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
How's everybody doing? It's Friday night. That can mean only one thing. I'm back with my co-host Andy PG. How you feeling, mate?
I'm good, man. I'm good. What's going on?
Yeah, well, it's another Friday night. It's looking pretty gloomy and grim outside. I did a little schwab of 2 words there. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I like to save time by putting 2 words together.
It was clearly by mistake.
It was, it was, it is pretty nasty outside. But yeah, we're here with our standard Friday night schwabery. It is the countdown to the eqRAnox. 2 weeks today. Obviously, in the next 2 weeks, the weather's going to clear up and it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Mate, we're going to do some kind of Sundance rituals. And
Yeah, Ra will shine down on us, absolutely sure of that. Let's get some comments up on the screen and see who we've got with us. Who's tuned in so far? Big shout to the Luxury Turtle, John Crawford. Stupid Pooh Head, haven't seen you for a while. Eye for an Eye. LFX, Omar Beats is in the chat. Terry Sutherland. Who else have we got here? Jason Jackson, Alicia, Trace Mechanical. Good evening, all. How is everybody feeling?
Shouldn't Omar Beats be in the studio?
He's on his way, so I've heard. He should be here at some point. Okay, so tonight we are counting down to the event, which is in 2 weeks' time. We do have a guest, Billy Watson, who's going to be chatting to us in about 10 minutes' time. And you know, we're generally going to kick back, have a little look at Clown World. I think last week was particularly good.
Yeah, mate,
fun.
I enjoyed revisiting Clown World.
Yeah, it was good to get back to basics. You know, to remember, you know, what we've been really sort of building on Friday nights and what people have really found quite entertaining over the last, you know, couple of years is how we've taken that and really, you know.
I mean, it is funny as fuck.
Yeah, we can't lie. Looking at all of this ridiculous stuff that's thrown in our face, if you don't want to laugh at it, you might just cry. So I think it's definitely better to laugh at it.
Yeah, there's no middle ground. It's either going to send you fucking mad.
The universe doesn't like lukewarm. So can we get rid of it?
You're doing some satanic hand gestures.
Yeah,
hand
sorry.
gestures there.
That's covering my eye. Right, okay. So yeah, just as a little recap, last week we did go back to Clown World. It was called Clown World Requiem, and we talked a lot about re-establishing something called the meme chain. Remember?
That's right.
Yep. Now, and
We went into some depth.
yeah, I mean, I really think it was an excellent little reminder about some, sort of the core pillars of Rise Above, and we aim to carry on in that manner. So, as per usual, we do a shout for the merch. If you would like to support us, this is how you do it. Merchandise is available. Here's a QR code. It goes straight to the merch shop. We've got tracksuits, t-shirts, hoodies, stickers, kids, ladies, gentlemen,
Mugs.
beasts, hybrids. We've got something for everyone. Okay, and here's some lovely Ramish people.
Sporting their fine Ramish.
Yeah, sporting their finest wares across the realm.
International representation, that's what we like.
Absolutely. We've got 100 people tuned in so far on Friday night. This is Rise Above. I just couldn't resist it. Michael! Okay, yeah. So if you want to support us, scan the QR code, get some merch, keep yourself warm in the Coviot winter. Anyway, we're coming into spring now. It's the event in 2 weeks.
We'll buy a t-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Right. So let me just get rid of this QR code. Pardon me. So in 2 weeks' time, right, we're inviting everyone back to Southover Woods. We have an amazing lineup, right? This is the full lineup now. I'm sure there probably will be some last-minute additions to it. Billy Watson, Marcus Payne, Sophie Avison, Intergalactic Space Kitty, Flowmatic, Diego Tequila. Allegedly, Dave is doing 2 different workshops, one on the Friday, one on the Sunday. I will be checking the Telegram poll this week to decide which workshops, because he had a choice of 12.
Yeah.
If you remember, it was on the Telegram. We had a long-running poll there. Who else have we got? Ryan Sanders, Lucas Lyon, Lost Dice, Omni Vibes, Terra Slim. We've got Poetry from Realness, Colonel Ananta. We have J Dart, Drax MC, Audio Flux, Inspector Veg and MC Silver, Mark Devlin, Steve the Poet, 101, Kyle Greaves. Oh my God,
That's going to be the funniest.
We were listening to some of Kyle Greaves' comedy. Some of the little testers he was sending to me earlier on, absolutely hilarious. Yeah, there's a whole host of workshop and experiences, right? And we're going to talk about that right now. So here is the full lineup. Like I say, we're going to be speaking to Billy in just a moment once we finish talking about the event. Comprehend, Ant Suchella, who's our in-house shaman, who's going to be occupying the yurt with toroidal dynamics. Joe Ward. We've got the Rise Above House Band, which is Tommy Coyle and Co. Mark Devlin, which I've already mentioned. So we can see the lineup is super hench, guys. Tickets are available right now, and I'm going to let you know tonight we are giving away 2 tickets to the event. All you have to do is email riseabovelivestream@gmail.com with why you deserve this pair of tickets to the Equinox event in 2 weeks' time. So I'm just going to repeat that. We are giving away a pair of full event tickets tonight. You just need to email riseabovelivestream with why you deserve them. The best email wins, and we'll decide at the end of the show.
That's very generous.
It is very generous.
Yeah.
I'm feeling very generous. So we
Is that 2 tickets, what, for a day, for the full
for
deal?
that's 4 nights of camping.
For the full deal?
If you have a van, that would include the van pass as
Wow.
well. Yep. And if you've got want to bring some kids with you, put that in the email and I'll see what I can do. Right, now we have added a couple of extra activities. Right, Christian Coates is one of our volunteers, and he's also going to be talking about his Rapocalypse angling skills.
Excellent.
He's obviously, we haven't got the sea there, but he can show you all stuff to do about basically subsistence fishing with maybe limited kit, species identification, knowing your surroundings, different knots, stuff like that. Really useful stuff. We've also added the Bring Your Own Ramish Drumming Circle. Claire's going to be running this one. It's going to be going on in the tribal gathering area in the woods. You do need to bring your own drum. There will be a couple available. I know Charlotte's going to be providing some. This is going to be a lot of fun. It will be going on daily, and this is one of the activities included in the lineup. Okay. Now, obviously, I've told everyone about the Ra Academy and survival training, right? Now, last time the Woodland School were an absolute hit with various types of activities for kids and adults, teaching them about things like lighting fires, building shelters, tree identification, all kind of stuff like that. It's all available again, but with a whole host of extra things on the menu. So Wild Ones is, you know, it's woodland play for the children, and it's also a chance for the adults, you know, to offload the kids for a while or stay with them and learn with them. If they want to go and do a workshop themselves, you can, you know, the little ones from 5 upwards can go into the Wild Ones, which is, running from 10 o'clock in the morning to 3 in the afternoon.
Including lunch.
Yeah.
So,
Also, there's Adult Bushcraft and Survival, a basic course, which was available last time for people that didn't come or didn't get to do it. All of these details are going out in a welcome pack. So if you've already bought a ticket, that'll be going out to you this week. Actually, today. It'll be emailed out today. So you should have that in your inbox. If not now, probably by tomorrow morning. We can't send them all at once because you get done for spamming. You know about that?
Yeah.
It's weird.
What's this on the Friday as well? Friday Fire Jam.
Friday Fire Jam is some sort of like, around the campfire.
Yeah, nice.
I think that's playing with drums and stuff like that. But basically, you can email Chloe at thewoodlandsschooldorset@gmail.com. All these details are going up on the website. So there's also Adult Bushcraft and Survival, making a wooden stool, making your own utensils. We have carving around the campfire, axe throwing, climbing corner, and there is the level up Adult Bushcraft and Survival. So it's like this. You're on the move, you're cold, wet, tired and hungry. Could you light a fire small enough to give you heat with a minimal light to stop you being seen? You're placed in a central urban location. Can you get resources to make a fire? There's no wood. Fire is one of the crucial survival skills required in any situation. And they're welcoming back Ian Purdy, who's a fire master.
Nice.
So this is, you know, real tailored stuff, and it's from the Woodland School. We're getting specialist instructors in for this, guys. This is all pre-bookable. The details are on the screen now, but also if you have already purchased a ticket, this is all being emailed out to you as we speak, and anyone that purchased a ticket going forward, this will come with the ticket pack.
Also, you know, throw some axes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The climbing corner, so learning how to climb trees effectively, which is obviously an important skill as well. So this is all available over the 4-day event, the eqRAnox, brought to you by the Woodland School, Chloe of the Woods. She's excellent, isn't she?
Yeah, mate, she's awesome. She's hardcore.
Hardcore.
She is hardcore.
I also got news of this week. The very famous Crooks of the Soviet Union playing cards, right? Yes, that's right. We've had like basically some Rise Above Soviet Crooks, like customized cards made.
Nice.
And
Ramesh.
Ramesh cards. And these playing cards, actually, do you know what? You can. We've got some there.
Should we invoke the peasant camp?
Yeah, shall I add that camera? Let's have go on that. So we want this one. Yeah, see this camera here. Go on. Show the folks there. So know your enemy, the most wanted Soviet crooks. I won't say the C word properly. Show them the cards.
Yeah, let's get a few.
These are absolutely badass.
Mate, he's done a fantastic job. He gave me a set.
These are the regular cards. I've got to say these are not the customized Rise Above cards that are available.
Oh, look at that! Piers Morgan was the
wow.
first one I.
So each of the suits is a different type of crook, right?
Yeah, and there's all sorts. Yeah, so clubs is government, hearts is medical personnel, spades is media / propaganda,
nice,
and diamonds is sage and other advisors.
We like that.
So then, it's like Chris Whitty in here, Matt Dazalan, Matt, all our favourites.
No, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Dominic Robb.
So these are available at the event once again. You can check out Edmund Hodder. He's going to have these customised Ramesh Soviet Crooks playing cards, and I think they're brilliant to.
Look, I just
give
found
as
Lord
a gift.
Potato Head.
Oh yeah, should I just show that on the camera?
Yes. There he is.
Oh,
look.
Potato Chancellor Potato Head. There he is. So don't forget, guys, we are running the competition tonight. You can win a pair of eqRAnox tickets. Email riseabovelivestream@gmail.com while you deserve them, and the best email will win. Remember that eqRAnox is 6th to 10th of April, which is 2 weeks yesterday. Wow, it's getting close.
I know, I've realised.
What, you just realised how close
I
it is?
realised yesterday morning, I looked at the calendar, I was like, fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
That came around quick. I tell you what, let me just get rid of that screen. I think we should probably say hello to our guest this week. So we've actually got a gentleman who is going to be appearing at the event at eqRAnox, Mr. Billy Watson. He's a comedian, a poet, a musician. He's a podcaster as well. I've recently gone on his show, so I'm really excited to get him on. Let me invite him onto the stream. Let's see how this goes. Welcome.
Hello, how you all doing?
Good evening, sir.
Good to see you, Billy, mate. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. It's awesome to be here. An epic show you've got going.
Thank you very much indeed, mate. I see you've managed to sort out that background. You've chosen a pretty wicked one there.
I did. One time I was about to go on a Zoom call for some business meeting, and just before it, I jumped into this folder that says Zoom backgrounds, and that one stood out, and I clicked on it and got feedback on it. Everyone loves it and wants to know where it is. It's just fictional, but it's a winner, so I thought I'd stick with it for you guys.
It definitely is a winner. It actually totally matches with the backdrop that I've designed as well. It just like it goes, and it even matches our colours too. So I really appreciate that. It's all about the aesthetics here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's one thing I need to work on. Sometimes I do interviews with people like Andrew Coffin, and I've got some dodgy green screen just playing in the background, because my old computer couldn't handle it. But on Restream's pretty good. The other system I use, it's a bit dodgy sometimes, and I don't want to lose the guest or me,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat, but hey, we're all doing it. We're all getting out there. So, for anyone that's not familiar with yourself, Billy, tell the viewers a bit about yourself. How did you get into this thing of being a niche internet micro celebrity like ourselves here?
Is that what I've become? Is that, I don't know.
I guess it's a loose category for people like us, isn't it?
Well, basically, you call me a comedian, a poet, and what was the other one? A musician. I've never been paid for any of these things, so I'm loath to call myself them. I have a go guy. Basically, way back in the day, my friend played me a few songs on the guitar, and we were getting into smoking dope and stuff, and I realised I had talent, and said, let's form a band. So we entered this Battle of the Bands competition with 16 weeks to go. 6 weeks to go, I bought a bass guitar, and we rehearsed, and I'd done a gig for 30 minutes, winging it to the max. And then we had took too much acid for a year, had a fight and a big fallout. Then I realised I told everyone I wanted to be a rock star. So then I bought a guitar and started writing lyrics. Tried to form these various bands. And one of the songwriters in this band was this girl. And she handed me a David Icke tape, Turning Off the Tide. And I watched that, then watched the news. And I was like, well, the news is bullshit then. So then I started investigating, going down the rabbit holes. And then I started realising, all right, I'm not a very good musician, so I done poetry. Then David Icke talked about Bill Hicks, so I thought, I'll try and, I'm not a researcher, so I can maybe be the middleman, like research and then try and wake up the masses through comedy. So that's where it all started 30 years ago, and I've been researching and getting barred for everywhere in the meantime.
So like ourselves, you were a tinfoil aficionado way before 2020. You said 30 years.
Well, before 2001, when 9/11 went off, 2 days later,
wow.
I did a poem called The Plain Facts, which went down like a lead balloon with tumbleweed flying around everywhere.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was I think, like I said on your show, that was my wake-up call. So yours was way before that, and you talked about King David. So you're a disciple of King David too.
I ended up interviewing him, because when that lady gave me the video 2 weeks later, he was appearing in Edinburgh. So I went with her and her sister to the Assembly Rooms in George Street in Edinburgh. And it was a big, massive, kind of posh room, all these seats laid out, and there was like 5 people there. I was like, this is a bit grand. But anyway, so it was just like a personal show with David Icke almost. And then I mentioned it to him at the start of the interview. I says, you've actually seen me before, because he couldn't miss me, And then I explained to him it was on his 2-man and a dog tour. So, yeah, so it was quite a thing. It kind of come full circle, I thought, then, when I interviewed him. But then I ended up appearing on Comcast, which was filmed by Iconic, and I got to meet Jamie Icke and have a chat with him, and I've interviewed Gareth Icke as well. So I don't know kind of how all that happened, but it did.
Well, that's pretty cool, mate. That's proper A-list truth of business. Rubbing shoulders with the Ickes. I met David once and got to shake his hand. I've seen him at Wembley a few times. Those big 10-hour stints. never fails to impress me. He doesn't even have any notes. I think once every couple of hours he looks at something, and then walks back to the centre of the stage and carries on.
His memory is phenomenal. It's ridiculous. When he gets interviewed, how he can pull things for his ass, it's pretty bang on all the time. So much kudos to David Icke for all he's done.
While we're on the subject of David Icke, I've got to bring something up. After last week's show, I have mentioned this to you. I got an email, right? and I'm going to put it on the screen. I have obviously I've blotted out the person's name as to not like incriminate them. But I've got to say, Billy, I had some negative feedback because I've been associated with you. I'm going to let everyone see this, right?
Was this the email? Yeah.
Yeah. So, last week's show we did the Clown World Requiem. I don't know if you watched it, Billy, but we stopped quite late, and as I was just powering down my computer, I saw this, and it's from a guy called John, and that's all I'll say. But he says, "Hello, I'm planning to attend your event, the Equinox. However, I am having second thoughts, and I hope you could assure me, as I would really like to attend. I see you have a man named Billy Watson performing at your event. He's an avid conspiracy theorist. Let me just get rid of this so we can see. While he's free to believe what he wants, it's his policies on the you-know-what that worry me. He's frequently posted about his belief that you-know-what, and in fact all germs do not happen to... I've got to be careful here because we had a thing recently.
So did that.
Yeah, everyone has a thing. He's a very vocal anti-masker. He's strongly anti-Britney Spears, particularly the Soviet Britney Spears. His connection to David Icke, who is wildly anti-Semitic, is also of concern. Now, bearing in mind, Billy, like I talk about David in very, in sort of adoration, I call him King David on the show.
100%.
So whoever this person is, I was really surprised with this email. So he goes on, right? He says, I'm not concerned about the fact he's a conspiracy theorist. He can talk about 9/11 being an inside job if he wants. My main concern is he refused to go to the Britney Spears concert or to do any tests. I'm immune compromised and many others may be at this event. Can you confirm Mr. Watson will be tested each day before he performs? Can we see if he's been to the Britney Spears concert yet? And I'm like, wow. I thought this was a wind-up, Billy.
Can I actually think that I'd conform at any point if you've seen anything?
I have to Schwab you before every performance.
They wouldn't want to come to our event.
Mate, imagine. Well, the thing is, I obviously replied to it, and I said, is this a joke? Have you seen our podcast? And I had to inform this person, no one at the event is going to be tested. I'd be very surprised if anyone has been to the Britney Spears concert. We agree with Billy. So although you're welcome... Omar Beats, how's it going?
There he is.
I said, although you're welcome to this person, maybe this isn't the right event for you. And they said, oh, thanks for letting me know. I'll be staying well away, John.
Yeah, so it does seem genuine. So Christ knows how he's got interested in the first place.
Well, the thing is, he even emailed me on the show email. It's not the event email. So I did wonder, he must have watched last week's show. But I mean, perhaps he wasn't paying attention. But
it's not the right event for him.
I'll take some of the drugs he's on.
Yeah, what's he been taking? So yeah, this is the effect you have on people, Billy. You have a reputation for for cohorting with King David and being a conspiracy theorist. How has that worked out for you?
Oh man, back in the day when I was, Princess Diana, 9/11, and all that, right from the get-go, I've been ostracised and abused continually. So. Water off a duck's back, but it's still happening. It's happening at work the other day, which just I get in trouble just for being myself and trying to help people and being honest, and just shit follows you. But that's the nature of the game, I guess.
Yeah, to me, this looks like this could be someone that has been told to write this letter, because if you're on the radar of the ADL for being friends with David Icke or whatever. Then this to me seems like someone has seen that your name's on a poster to do with us. They've watched the show, got the email, and just emailed us, and they've got the buzzwords in there: anti-Semitic, anti this, anti that,
conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
So basically, they're getting ready to shut me down. In the back
Yeah,
of it.
they were trying to. They thought this letter would discourage us from having you at our event.
I
was
mean,
like,
it's a compliment.
These are the reasons I booked him. It's like reading out Billy Watson CV.
Yeah. This is his credentials.
Talk about all that stuff. People get mega triggered when you go into anti-Semitic stuff. But again, I'll tell you a story if you want about that. Basically, I went to this. Came back from Turkey after being there a number of years, and I was doing this comedy course for beginners just to get I knew the lady that ran it, so I was going to get gigs with her. She liked me as a comedian. We done this wee spot in the second week where everyone looked at the newspaper, and the guy I was partnered with, he chose to do the thing on the Holocaust in this newspaper. So after it, the girl said, basically, "Oh, well done. At least you never questioned the Holocaust." So I was like, "Oh, why not? Why can't you question it?" She's like, "Oh, you never do that, never do that." But to me, it wasn't the point of the Holocaust. The job of comedy is to question stuff.
Yeah,
that was my point. And then this guy opposite the room was like, "You better shut up now, Billy, or me and you are going to go outside because we've got family history with us." And I was like, "Well, now who's the Nazi?" So basically, I had to leave the course, and everyone thinks I'm anti-Semitic now.
Oh wow. Yeah, that sounds like very similar to the kind of stuff I would come out with. I think if put in that position. So if you are a proper veteran of this, like way before even 9/11, when did you start to see a change? Obviously, yeah, we'll talk about 2020 in a minute, but you said after 2001 you would write a poem about the Twin Towers and you got tumbleweed. When did you start to see people pick up what you were doing a little bit more?
I mean, I've got videos of me performing sketches on war and terrorism, and actually the thing I performed at Comcast and I'm going to do in the forest is a sketch I wrote 20 years ago. It was almost one of the first things I wrote when I realised that I wanted to just improvise, and I started doing that, but then it's like, oh, you need a type 5 and all this stuff. So I wrote a sketch about a revolution, and it's still relevant today, but I want to do it for the first time, the kind of full-length version I had in my head, and to an audience that understands what I'm doing. So, yeah, I was really... So there was an audience for that kind of stuff. There was people that kind of knew, even if you present it to the public, there was a lot of times I was very much up against it, and I had to then start telling funny stories and be like Billy Connolly. I've done lots of stupid shit in my life, so I went down the route of telling drunken stories and whatever. But I always tried, when I'd done political jokes or even there was always a point to it, I always tried to have a bit of art, even in the fucking really rude stuff, So, yeah, it's just that 9/11 did wake some people up. I seen then that was a bit of a wake-up call. But it was also a big change in consciousness, You felt like the world changed then. That's the opening line of a poem I've got, The Plain Facts. The world has been changed forever, of that we can't be sure. Football, shopping, and the rest of our addictions suddenly seem so sure. I could recite it all if you want, but basically that was the poem I recited because the energy changed, and it was a magic trick, It was like the way they repeated it was witchcraft, obviously,
Sure.
And the same thing happened with COVID, with the masks and stuff. Look how people don't have joy in their hearts anymore. It's like people are locking down, consciousness. It's like the spiritual battle that's going on, they're wanting to claim everyone for the dark side, and the light side's got to find their group, like rise above and stick together and do what's best for those that are awake and conscious, and the rest will not survive, or
Yeah, we can't spend too much time worrying about them, that's for sure. So
but they're not worrying about us.
No,
either, are they?
Probably wishing death on us.
Yeah, a lot of them did.
They did that. Very much so.
Yeah, I know. I remember literally having people shout, "You killed my gran," at me in the street. Stuff like that. My nan died. It's your fault. You spread it. I was like, what?
Yeah, but not very many people acknowledging that maybe we were right, or maybe something was up, even though the truth has been kind of revealed to a certain extent. But you don't hear many apologies forthcoming. Funny that.
No, I think at best the best we could expect is like backtracking. I saw that weasel Piers Morgan in some interview this week. Have you seen it?
No. Go on.
He was getting interviewed by those two guys. I can't remember their names. They do like this sort of comedy podcast, and he was basically they one of them said, "I blocked you on Twitter because of what you said about you know what." I don't even try not to say even the C word really. And he basically explained that yeah, I did go too overboard, saying people shouldn't be allowed to do this, but I was just following the science. And he goes, well, it turns out that it was wrong, you know. But would I do it again? And he basically said, yeah, he'd do the same thing exactly again because he would always follow the science.
So I mean, it's a fucking retard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's just making the most of any opportunity to get his name front and foremost and sell papers, you know. Basically, he's the scum of the earth, and tabloid newspapers and all about the lowest common denominator. That guy, you know, he bullied and harassed everyone to take this thing that now people have been severely damaged from, and worse, you know. And he's just kind of just saying, "Oh, I was wrong. Let's move on." Excuse me.
Well, no, you know, even worse. He was saying that given the same, you know, if it happened again, I would do the same thing again tomorrow.
Well, there's a science that he's following. This is a thing. Follow the WHO. Are they the science? Are they the God? You know, actually.
But he
Careful,
took it
careful.
further than that. He took it further than that. I remember seeing some stuff he was saying.
Oh, he was saying that
He was
people
saying
should
about,
be
like,
exiled.
Anti-Britney Spears tour people like ourselves.
People that
He
aren't
said-
fans of the Britney Spears
Yeah,
tour.
yeah, people that aren't cult members are. We shouldn't be allowed to travel. We shouldn't be allowed into shops. I remember him saying all that.
He was basically
that's
sticking
not-
up for like communist China, like,
Yeah,
style
basically,
tactics.
yeah.
He was like championing like the social
And
credit
that
score
wasn't
and stuff.
being said by the scientists, was it? To ban everyone from fucking shops and traveling and stuff like that. That's his opinion.
Scientists were just like obeying whatever the algorithm
Yeah,
said.
yeah, and same as our man Morgan's just obeying
Yeah,
whoever's writing his fucking
yeah,
script.
Chat GPT.
Yeah,
his masters.
Yeah.
yeah, his masters. He's just a low-level puppet at the end of the day, but he's gross, man. Honestly,
He is.
Like, yeah, for him, I guess it's just about as long as he's on the screen, isn't it? He's earning, I guess, Billy.
I don't know. Just, you know, the guy makes me want to vomit. You know what I mean? It's just the pond scum, basically, and why he gets attention. How people, you know, like Tyson Fury and this going his interview. Oh yeah, I'm on with Piers. And I've made it. It's like what? You know?
Yeah. Is that how you measure your success? You get to talk to Piers Morgan. Wow.
Those two guys from, is it trigonometry or something?
That was it. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, trigonometry.
That was
Yeah,
a
that's
joke
it.
interview, was it not? It was pathetic. I mean,
Yeah.
only some clips of it, but come on. If you got Piers Morgan in front of him, the least you could do is get a wet fish and go, you know?
That's the least he deserves. Absolutely. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed. I mean, I think a lot of people have seen that clip in the last week. And, you know, all he basically said, the greatest opportunity, Piers Morgan's on your podcast right in front of you. And he's basically like, you know, you got it wrong. That was it.
Oh, you know,
But-
you should have been more of a critic. Like a journalist's job is to be critic. If I can figure this out, you know, by obviously looking on the internet, seeing somebody, oh, that makes more sense. I interviewed Don List and David Parker way back May 2020 on this topic. So right from the get-go, I was promoting their book everywhere. And first lockdown kind of protest marches, I was banging on about this and getting everyone to try and realise the truth. But you get people diverting all that and taking control of these various things as well. You know, that didn't, even though, you know, what I was saying was, you know, if you know the story, the whole thing's a scam, you know, right back in history, every one of these darts isn't good. So,
yeah, this wasn't the first time
aye.
this has happened. It's just a repeat.
So it's just a big, massive scam, but people were not willing to go that far, you know. But anyway.
So let's take it back to 2020, right? You know, you've already, you know, been commenting things for the best part of, you know, for over 20 years at that point.
Yeah, but basically in 2012, this guy got into this comedy website who I started doing interviews for. So I interviewed a guy back then called Stephen D. Kelly. And he wrote, because I was listening to some conspiracy websites or whatever, and he worked for the CIA as a freelancer, and he was involved with optics and weapons. And he was actually underground bases. He talks about the Getty being the head of the headquarters of the dark side. And then basically interviewed Paul Daniels and a few other people. So I was quite used to interviewing people. Then when this started, I done a show called Shooting the Shit because I realised people needed a place to get together. Probably your thing like Clown World. If you go on my website, I've got 296 episodes of me ranting every night practically, and bringing up all these memes and stuff. And then I was interviewing people as well because I've done it before. And I managed to get Don Lester, David Parker, and that gave me a bit of kudos to get Andrew Kaufman and these other people. And just kept rolling with it, you know. it's been very interesting because I want to learn from these people as well. So if I can get them in front of me for an hour and I can learn, then hopefully more people learn the better, you know.
Well, that's a pretty impressive roster of being, interviewing people in 2020. I didn't get to interview anyone big. I was just sort of digging through stuff and trying to put it together. But it's very interesting how a lot of us, we'd done some homework pre-2020. So when this happened, there was a lot of precursor information that suddenly became super duper relevant.
Well, you see, the thing is, for the past 30 years, I've been burying my head in all this stuff, knowing one day that people are going to need to know this shit. I lived in Turkey for 12 years without a full-time job. I worked in a chemical factory. I was doing night shifts and stuff, spending when the internet first started, just all my time on the internet. So I've got a lot of all this stuff, I'm not saying mastered it all, but it's all kind of in there. So then when I could talk for an hour, and then I knew I was not just talking about the thing that was happening, I was able to talk about the Jesuits, blah, 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 because I've spent all those time down the various rabbit holes or whatever. So that I knew I had that in me, and now was the time I had an audience for it, because I was trying to do it in comedy stages, not being able to do it, not getting platform, band. And now all of a sudden it's like, well, Facebook's there's an audience, and until I started getting shadow banned, etc. But then, it was good for a while, and I think it helped a lot of people come together, not just me listening to me, the people forming friendships within that, which people are doing here as well, obviously,
Yeah, I think it's really important. We've said it many times. It's not just the content that us guys and people like us are creating. It's about the space and the community that's been built around it. Whether it's in the comment section, in the live chat, we've got a whole thriving community now, and that's what the event's about. In 2 weeks, these events started to make a get together. Do you want to turn your mic up? It's really quiet.
Of course I can. Is that better?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Billy, how you
Oma
doing?
Beats, good evening.
Is that Beats in the background?
That is Oma Beats,
correct.
yes.
How you
I
doing,
must
buddy?
say,
Good?
Beats, I loved your Beats last week, so you're the Beats
Thank you,
man
I
for me.
appreciate that. So I was listening to what you just said then, and I think it's super important, because we look at the whole rabbit as well. And the thing is, when you start to unpick that Charlotte's Web of a mess that they've created for themselves, and for us to unpick, it's all relevant. It's all woven in together. So you kind of need to know a little bit about everything just to start you off with, and then you can go deep in individual rabbit holes.
Yeah, it's a tapestry.
A tapestry. That's
Well,
right.
I was just saying to my girlfriend before coming on, it's like, first of all, you meet the teacher when the pupil is ready. So it's like layers of the onion, You start off with maybe Alex Jones or something like that.
Yeah.
Then Russell Brand or something, and you go, oh fuck, oh wow. And then keep going. And every time you meet somebody a little bit more along the path that you need at that time for where you're ready, So it's like an individual path you follow to get to the bigger picture. Some people might go down the Paul is dead, Beatles conspiracy, and that can open up the Tavistock or whatever, 9/11 or whatever. There's different ways, but you have to follow your own interests, I think, and own curiosity, and become conscious and realise knowledge is power.
And
So
also, once you start to see the holes, you can't help but see all the other ones as well.
oh yeah, once like there's a guy I was working beside recently, and I was standing beside him for 2 days, and I wasn't talking to him constantly, just maybe throughout the day, maybe half an hour in total each day. But he said like he learned more from me in 2 days than he did in all of his school. Because now a couple of weeks later, says, "Do you look at the world differently?" It's like, "Fuck, aye." Now he laughs at the news, and stuff like that. So it's just from having that veil kind of lifted, a wee bubble burst. People are ready for it. Will wake up. I can tell other people and they'll just laugh. I've been ridiculed quite a lot in the same factory with the same stuff. So when you have to be ready, I guess, or conscious. There's some people here not ready to wake up, and they're just maybe what they call
NPCs.
All that stuff.
Yeah, I mean that is a term we do use quite often.
I mean, I've got family members who they actually don't want to.
Oh,
I tried to have a conversation with them, and they're just like,
fingers
I'd
in their
rather not
ears.
know. I'd rather not know.
Well, listen, this is a classic. Well,
They're happy in the box of the realm.
My auntie says to me, like, she goes, "Isn't the world scary if you think the way you do. I say no. It actually makes much more
Yeah,
sense.
it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Right? If you look at the world as it's presented, and there's all these chaotic things, and these mass school shootings, and all this kind of stuff, and people are murdering kids, and that's really quite terrifying. The thought that maybe that this is actually an orchestrated thing, and there are and all these layers. To me, that makes a lot more sense. And
it's comforting.
Yeah, but it is. I don't like the word comforting, but I mean, it's easier to process than that there are that many random nutters out there. If you take like the school shootings and the bombings and stuff like that,
Your Osama bin Ladens.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thing is, I was talking to Monkey about this earlier on. There is no more good news. Even Russell, what's his face, doesn't do the good news anymore. The good news show. It's gone off the tally, off of the everywhere you look. It's all negativity, and that's my biggest issue with all of it. Is you need some positivity.
Well, it's almost like the thirst for any good news or the want for it is starting to dissipate as well.
It's been smacked down, isn't it?
Because if you feed one thing too much, then you can actually develop a hunger.
Of course, yeah. It'd be like an addiction in some respect.
Yeah. Well, that's if you get too much into abuse, you can become like get interested in sadomasochism and stuff, where you actually start to like enjoy being psychologically abused,
traumatized
by clown world. Yeah. Well, we've talked about this a lot, Billy, and quite recently about like how some people that are into what we're into, the term truther, they actually end up sort of yearning it. Like yearning the oppressive boot of the NWO, so it can become sort of like weaponized against yourself. I think it was Tara Slim I was talking to about it. Where he's going, a lot of these truthers are totally crazy. Everyone's a transsexual, everyone's a Satanist. So I think it is something that you've got to be careful with. I'm one to talk. I look at this stuff almost 24 hours a day. So
we spoke about this last year, I think, maybe even the year before that, when we first started, about having the balance. Like for example,
yeah, I remember.
For example, in martial arts, for every sort of like hard impact thing you do, you got to do a soft thing. So, for example, one of the guys, an example I'll give you is one of the masters of his style would go and have a battle in his ring as such, or a fight in the training room, and then he would go and paint a picture on eggshells, as a balance. And I think
paint an equinox bunny.
Equinox bunny, yeah. I think that's very important to have that in life.
Yes, for the mind.
Yeah, definitely, and also to remind yourself that actually this is what we want to get to. This equilibrium of happiness that we all want to achieve.
Maybe Billy can probably attest to this. Do you think because you have the comedy and you've managed to incorporate that in what you're doing, that it has taken the edge off it, not just for your content but also for yourself?
Well, like when I first done the conspiracy comedy, I done it as a character called the Great White Shaft, and put it as somebody else, because I was kind of hard hitting like that, and I couldn't, as myself, I thought it'd be too powerful. And again, I've hid behind various characters over the years. So when I do it, it's hard because people don't like the truth. When you really go on stage, it's hard to make that shit funny. And even when people, so you have to mix it up. I learned how, and you have to read a room, and there's a lot of shit. And, I've not performed frequently and done comedy because I've not been given opportunities. I've done the Edinburgh Festival, I've got lots of stage time and stuff, but I've had to do it all myself, and I've done open mics here or there and just trying to get 5-10 minutes, and I'm doing it to rooms where maybe 5% of the people will get what I'm doing. And, so it's very hard. That's why when I was at Comcast, it was such a relief to actually get a full audience of people with their conscious. It's like, wow, that's pretty good. But then again, you're preaching to the converted a little bit, so because you're trying to wake up the rest. But at the same time, talking about this whole thing about just a thought I had was bigger picture always comes to mind. We're talking about what's happening in the world and what we need to do. Why is all these things happening? Like the digital cities and currency and all that. What's going to happen? Like, have you ever heard of Nibiru? Like, I got into this guy, I think I mentioned it when I was talking to you before. the guy in our circle, the YouTube channel, he goes into wormwood coming back. You know, basically, if we're on a digital currency and this wormwood comes back, it's like the sun can knock out the whole system. And basically, well, this is with theory. They're going to shut down the whole internet, 10 days of darkness, install digital currencies in smart cities, and that's a choice there. Are you going to join the mark of the beast, or are you going to try and live in nature? That's why when I seen your stuff at the start, all about surviving in nature and all that stuff and fishing, I said, that's really good. People, we really need to learn these skills, and then we need to go and find somewhere where we can live off the land, essentially. Well, all the shit's playing out, the smart cities and stuff, because then when Nibiru comes, it's like a big massive pulse is going to go, and the whole grid's going to go, and people with these things inside them, the darts, the metals, and the microchip is going to zap their brain and maybe make them zombies. You know, it's like a zombie world at that point. It's going to be fucking absolute chaos.
That sounds wicked.
Let me tell you, unbelievable.
Wow, that was definitely worth the Jimmy Savile button. Mate, what you've just said, although to some people might sound nuts, it's actually like properly in line with at least 3 or 4 other people's theories about like what's, you know, this EMP attack, returning of something on about, you know, a couple of thousand years.
The reset.
The global reset.
Yeah.
So however we frame this stuff, I read something today where the top Vedic scholars are now saying that the Kali Yuga ends in 2025.
I saw you share that on
the end of it is sped up. Now, you know, we've got Agenda 2030, got people like Archaics talking about the Phoenix event in
2040.
In 2040. Is it 2041 or 2040?
I think it's 2040.
2040.
Yeah. He's got another date as well. I can't think what it is. It's a 21.
I think Jason Archaics also said about there being a fake Carrington event, which is basically what Billy just talked about, where some sort of like an EMP weapon could be deployed.
Or blue beam.
And it would knock out all of the electrical infrastructure, but they would say it was like a solar flash.
Well, HARP could do that, couldn't it? I believe, because HARP doesn't fire.
And that gives them the excuse to bring in the digital currency in the smart cities we're getting prepped for. And then basically that's your choice. Mark of the beast, smart city, earn currency, live in the matrix, choose the side of the devil, or go and live off the land and wait for Nibiru to come. And because the truth shall set you free, you have to follow that truth beast. And basically,
it's a big moment. It's a big moment, really, because humans have got to choose to be human and not the easy way out.
Yeah, because it'll be like the savior will be basically taking an anal swab for the rest of your life. And intergenerational, you'll have
transgenerational swab.
A transgenerational anal swab will be inserted in your butt forever, or you go and live in the woods.
Basically.
Yeah, let's go and live in the woods.
I was talking about learning fishing.
3 million people in Britain are mentally ill. No, they're not.
Sorry, we had a Piers Morgan sample going on there. Yeah, I think this is part of the reason why we're doing what we're doing, Billy. It's like you say, because it is important for people to learn some grassroots skills. But we're also teaching people about the digital world at the same time.
Yeah, we got all sorts going on.
To try and master it.
The whole rabbit.
I am also working on a precious metals and bullion learning piece coming up soon. I'm in talks.
Nice.
I spoke to you about that.
I mean, that's what you want to do, innit? You want to be able to survive in the nature and fend for yourself, but still dip your toe in clown world to extract a bit of digital money.
I just think whichever lifestyle you choose, you've got to be fully self-sufficient in the future, and not be reliant with your hand out asking.
Be Ramesh.
Ramesh.
Yeah.
That's the whole nanny state has taught us, to depend on it. So we've lost the basic skills of living. Like when I was in Turkey, I got invited to a village for 3 days. It's actually, I did have it on Vimeo channel before they shut me down. But basically, and when somebody got married in this village, the whole town would get together and build the house, that kind of community aspect and living off the land, they're all farmers and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know, maybe it's a thing of the past, this whole thing transition, maybe it's a new form of man, and it's those with light bodies, and if you've got metals in you and various, maybe lots of meat and stuff like that, we have to look at these things on an energy level of how we can match the energies that are going to come to this planet, because if we're not vibrating with these energies, I don't think we're going to make it,
There is definitely something on the horizon that the ones that shouldn't
they keep
know about.
Talking about things like a tsunami and a wave and things like that. If you listen to politicians and there's talks, and they always talk about LA going underwater and things. So maybe there's some, and the weather's going to change quite dramatically as well. I think as this Nibiru or whatever gets nearer, there's pictures of two suns and various things on YouTube of it.
Yeah, we heard about that a few episodes back. The picture of the two suns.
Pink Floyd had the song Two Suns in the Sunset. Looks like the human race is run. But that was more about nuclear war, apparently. But yeah, it's just something to think about, and if you look at the Dr. Scott McQuaid stuff, he takes it back to the original Sanskrit and talks about how we were actually, human is formed. It's almost like we were spliced. There's a movie called Splice, actually, that goes into the genetics of how we were spliced from like the reptilian DNA and our the pure Adam DNA. And this choosing the mark of the beast is like you want to return to the Father and be Christ-like and live in natural law and all these kind of things. Because we're maybe raising vibration in the fourth dimension, so all the corporations and all that legal world can't exist there. We have to live in natural law and harmony, but we have to be spiritually ready for that and, prepared, I guess. And I've got a lot of work to do.
Maybe this this big choice that's going to be like foisted upon us in the next few years is actually the catalyst for this harvest event and the choice that you make.
I think so. I think all the information's on the internet. There's no excuse for ignorance now, So basically, I think most people are on the side they're going to be on, and it's a case of them becoming stronger, the ones that are chosen to not take the mark, because that way it seems the easy option, doesn't it? Or you just get everything, own nothing and be happy. But it's not really, is it? It's like Satan's world, Lucifer's world. Everything's fake and controlled. But we want freedom.
No responsibility.
Aye. That's how we want to be sovereign. With the whole thing with the C word as well, to me that was a thing about once you learn you can't catch other things from anyone else, then you're responsible for your own health. So maybe stuff like this is perhaps not so good, because when you get ill, it is a detoxification. So it brings more personal responsibility about your own health, and then obviously your own thoughts and your own words and your own actions.
Yeah.
These we have to become responsible for as well, A lot of times, like on stage, people think I'm fucking way over the line, but again, I'm saying things with a purpose, like it do seem extreme. To me, it's art on stage like that. But I'm choosing those words carefully, even though it's extreme. But in daily life, when you're interacting with people, again, like I said something to this woman, I said, there is no C word. And my brother died from it. She went mental at work, right? And I probably was a bit too forceful with her. So the next day I was like, look, I'm sorry for upsetting you. I didn't say I was wrong, but I realised I probably went too far, at that time with that woman in that circumstance. So we have to own our mistakes, when we're wrong and stuff, and learn ourselves as we're trying.
You got to think these NPCs who are full pro-COVID union. Some of them have still lost their businesses and lost family members and stuff like that.
Because the more you complied, the more you lost.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the thing. The crazy thing about it was all of the loss was it was totally consensual. So it's sort of like a double blow. Not if you realise that it was bullshit, then you realised that you willingly gave up everything.
The thing is, I was just trying to say, look, I'm just trying to talk to you. And basically, she didn't want to talk, because the emotions had overridden the logic and reason. And the next day she even said, I know what you're trying to say. So almost like she knew what I was trying to say, but she didn't want to, because people have an emotional attachment. Because this other guy was going on about, I've got the C word. I got tested positive. And in the morning I said no, and then he was going about it again in the afternoon. I said, no, you've known, and then this happened. She kind of got caught up in it. So it was like almost innocently just trying to tell this guy, stop spreading bullshit, and here's information, I'll talk to you about it. Then a whole thing happened, and I'm the bad guy for trying to educate people because we don't want them taking more.
Well, to stop them from partaking in the ritual and walking around showing their pro-COVID reaction tests. Look at this. Look,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's how we got in this terrible situation, because people were going around doing that. It's so funny how careful.
Call them out on it,
No, they don't, mate. No.
But I can't help it. Because when you know the truth, to me, I don't know what it is, but I find it hard to go along with bullshit and lies if you know better, or at least enter a discussion, prove me wrong, you know, let's talk about it. It's not like I'm right, I'm prepared. I seen an interview, was on the Chris Thrall show recently, and he interviewed a doctor a couple of days ago, Dr. Kevin somebody, and he said SARS is real, and he went into this, and I was like, has anyone else, it was on Telegram, has anyone heard of this guy, just to get more information of why he thinks that, you know, because I'm prepared to be proved wrong, but until that happens, then you've got to go with what you think is right, you know.
Sure.
Or at least, again, not be forceful with it, but at least express your opinion. Too many people, again, with the whole political correctness in comedy world, that stops you saying stuff, that stops you thinking stuff, and that stops debate. And that's the whole job of comedy, is to almost offend and say things that you're not supposed to say, that we're all thinking. Then you get the laugh of recognition that brings healing, you know?
Yeah, I think that, you know, the best comedy of all is often the most offensive.
You can't have comedy without offence. It's no funny then. You know,
let's talk about this for a little moment then. Were you I mean, when did you, what year particularly did you first start to see the big push towards the censorship in comedy and the woke stuff creeping in? When did you first notice it?
Well, again, I lived in Turkey, so the woke stuff, I've only came back in 2018, so I don't know how relevant that is. And
it was already well established by then, I think.
But basically, I was up against it from the get-go, right from the word go. When I was trying to talk about these things, there was resistance, because there's cliques forming every kind of society, you know. If you're in the club, then you'll get advanced. If you're not playing the game, like I was doing different sets and experimenting, and I wasn't saying I was brilliant, but I deserved more opportunities, I think, than I got. But then you can't control other people, you have to make your own. There were certain things happened. I've got a couple of blogs on my website that I got banned from the whole Scottish comedy and then the whole UK comedy from these epic things. I've recorded them all. You should go and look at them, because one was called the Grand Gong Show, where this guy, the owner of his event, £1,000 up for prize stakes, he told the audience to gong me off, and I took umbrage to this, and I got through to the final, and the big whole event happened, and got him a lot of publicity for the show, but I basically had to leave Scottish comedy and move to Turkey at that point. Then in Turkey, because I was making all these videos in the garage and me fucking saying what I was going to do, right, and I was keeping them secret, and then after the final, I published them and then moved to Turkey. I came back to Edinburgh a year later for the Edinburgh Festival, and this other comedian stops me in the street, because I was doing it under this comedy act called Nob Stewart, right? He's going, "You're Nob Stewart, you're Nob Stewart." Says, "You're a legend. Those videos you posted, apparently the promoter's wife divorced them because of it."
Nob Stewart?
Nob Stewart.
Gosh.
That started because I got a green tartan suit with my dad for the 70s, these big flares. I had that in my wardrobe. And then I bought a Rod Stewart wig for a fancy dress party when I worked at Thomas Cook call centre, but the fancy dress party got cancelled, and I'd spent 15 quid on this wig. And I'd seen up the town a talent competition, Stars in the Bar. So I had this first line of Susie Hay in my head for a while. I never finished writing. It was like, "Wake up, Susie, I think I've got something to give to you. I'm as hard as wood, and I ken you love a morning screw." So it goes downhill for there. We entered this competition as Nob Stewart and got to the final, and then made a website, was doing a website design course, and when I turned my life into Nob Stewart basically for quite a number of years. I became Nob Stewart, living in Turkey. I was going to fucking Turkish resorts dressed as Nob for the weekend, and
oh wow.
Yeah.
That was like your Dennis Pennis, that was like your piece de resistance, that's your big character. Nob Stewart.
Aye. So because I wrote these poems originally, I done a show at the Edinburgh Festival 2002, and I wrote poems. It was originally Hamish McTavish with a green tartan suit and a Jimmy hat with the ginger hair, you know?
Yeah.
So then I took that off and put the fucking wig on, Rod Stewart wig, and was from various other tartans, and that was Nob Stewart. But I wrote some poems as Hamish, again about my life, but it's a little bit exaggerated with magic mushrooms and trying to be a rock star and stuff like that. Then I performed them as Nob Stewart. And then, well, I released this book, and those poems are in there in English. That was in 2012. And they've also got some spiritual poems. That's called Ordinary Punter. You can't see it very well. But anyway, then I've got this book. This is like lots of Nob Stewart poems mixed with other stuff. It's called but I've released it as myself. It's like Buck and Cunny Fun.
Oh yeah, that's the book I've heard of, right? Yeah.
That's written in Scottish, heavy duty Scottish. So that's kind of Nob Stewart poems, and then I've added some other stuff and just done it as myself. So
when you say heavy duty Scottish,
yeah, it's like I can like.
So you're saying like an English person would have trouble reading that?
You could decode it. That's part of the fun, like train sport. So you would get the hang of it. Like, it was during the Edinburgh Festival that the Jim Rose Circus came to tune. For those of ye who are unaware, it is a circus with a very different kind of clown. Aye. They are Jim and his pal Igor, a psycho covered in tattoos. They torture themselves for a living while shattering all societal taboos. Aye.
I like the sound of that. Aye. Is Nob Stewart going to appear at Equinox?
I was Nob Stewart doesn't suit the beard. I have tried. I done my 2019 Edinburgh Festival show as Nob Stewart with the beard, because in the past I would like shave my beard off, and for Nob Stewart, then I would dye my arse and say, "Why the fuck did I shave my beard off for that?"
Just to appear as Nob Stewart. I want my beard back.
Try to do Nob Stewart in Turkey is tough sell.
I bet it is. Niche audience for Nob Stewart.
I was at this Turkish bar, and they performed me to do comedy. Then I got there, and I was like, put me in the back room for people that know what they're getting into. But no, they put me in the front room, in the fucking streets right beside me, and there's all these families sitting there, and I'm Nob Stewart, cunting and binding, you can. So people are walking out, and they're having a go at me. I was like, I told you.
Hide me in the back.
So, were you disappointed when you came back in 2018 and you saw like loads of other comedians that you may have previously looked up to had sort of like capitulated to this woke shit and had cut stuff out of their acts? Did you notice a change in what was the output?
Here's what I noticed. Here's something. The first time I noticed something, right? So I was in Turkey for 7 years. I left in 2006 it was, and then in 2013 I was back I thought I was going to move here. I ended up going back after 8 months for another 4 years in Turkey. But in that 8-month period, I'd come back and I got a job in a local food factory, and then I'd done a gig, and then at this gig I says I got a job in the factory. Fucking got to the canteen at first break time, and I thought I'd been teleported to fucking Poland. Right, and this guy just stood up and said, "You're fucking racist." I was like, "What are you talking about?" Again, I was just a perception, really. Again,
it's racist to notice that there are suddenly loads of Polish people here.
Maybe the word "fucking" had a bit of impetus to it, but I was just like, I thought we'd tell about the fucking Poland, and then he left. So then I was in a spot. Then I'd done a 7-minute rant. I also said, I voted the UKIP. And that wasn't popular. It says mainly just to get rid of Lenny Henry, which wasn't popular. And then I said,
"You voted to get rid of Lenny Henry."
That's not because he's black. That's just because he's a shit comedian.
He's the shittest comedian ever.
But basically, so I did a 7-minute rant, because I've done that a few times when things are going tits up. I just go balls to the wall, and
it's the best way.
At that point, I've lost it. I enjoy it actually when it goes that way. I enjoy it sometimes if it goes wrong and you try and win them back. Because then some people like it. Some people really love that. You can. There's a few Bill Hicks clips of him losing it, so I think that's maybe where I got my inspiration.
Hey, there's much worse people to be inspired by.
Yeah, Alex Jones revisited.
Right here, right now, is where we draw the line.
That was very good, very nicely placed.
Greta.
So now, in the current situation, we did this show last week, the Clown World Requiem. We went back and started reviewing all the crazy stuff going on. For you as a comedian, surely this is like an everlasting amount of content and potential material, right?
Well, see, here's my problem. I'm in Scotland. I'm basically barred from everywhere. I could go into various stories and various things. Why? But basically, I don't get any gigs here, and I'm ostracised. So then I had this headline gig at Comcast where I could do stuff, but I had to use old material. So I've got lots of old material. But if I was getting regular gigs, your brain starts to think, well, I've got a gig, and then you start to think of material and prepare. That's how I got material before. If I've not got something in mind, but actually, see, really what I was trying to do, right, I had tried to get my website to be a membership site. I set up a forum and like I was interviewing all these people, but I couldn't get people to support me. So I had to go back in the clown world again and work in a factory. So that takes all my time and energy away.
I had to step back into clown mode.
Yeah. Back to the drawing board.
And, you know, I'm actually in pain. It's torture. And I'd rather be creative and start writing comedy. And if I could, the idea was to get a membership and then I could be a writer and start even writing comedy for online stuff, you know, rather than, and then from there maybe be able to do live gigs once I've built up an audience online. But, you know, unfortunately we need money and you have to be a slave to fucking just get by these days, you know. Anyway, if people want to go, I had a membership site on my website and various things. Again, we all need support, but that's ideally where I want to be down the road, you know, supporting myself, being a writer and producer of content to wake people up, living in the woods.
Well, you know, this is why we've got you on, because at the end of the day, is, you know, as well as doing our own thing here, we are trying to support everyone that doesn't want to live in clown world, you know, because like we said on the show a couple of weeks ago when we unveiled our big plan, Raw Agenda 2033, if we say we don't want to be a part of that, or we're happy to see that burn down, then it's really important to make sure that someone is building something to rise out of the ashes. You know, someone will want media to watch, to form a community.
Otherwise, they'll get what they're given by the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
Well.
so yeah, it is very important that everyone continues to support, you know, people like us, people like Billy, and everybody else that's trying to do this new organic media.
I've also got like a video marketing agency. It's at evideoagency.com and also a store, evideoagencystore.com, whereby I would like to spend more time on that. And, you know, there's services I can provide for people with regard to video and animation and stuff like that, which again would be supporting myself. So people know any businesses that need video work and want to go and check that out. That would be a good way. You know, it's not this. I realise paying for this type of content, people are not so keen on, but if we've got a business and stuff and they need that.
Sure. Well, that's what we're going to be doing in the Raw Academy, and we're going to also we're trying to build the infrastructure and, you know, the software where people can come if they want to access services of non-clown world people like us. You know, and I'll be really happy to get you involved in that, Billy. So, you know, it helps you, you know, to get your reach out there, because you're exactly the type of people that we want to be involved. You know, in this new media network that we're trying to build.
NOM.
NOM, New Organic Media. You heard it here first. Hit a cool button. Not Clown World Media, New Organic Media. So, yeah, right, 2 weeks until you make the big drive. You're driving all the way down from Scotland. Whereabouts in Scotland are you?
A place called Bo'ness, which is halfway between Edinburgh and Glasgow.
So that's a good old 8 or 9 hour drive, isn't it? Maybe.
And my rickety wee thing, I don't know if I'm going to make it, but it should be 10 hours, I reckon.
Yeah, it probably will be 10 hours. It will be. Yeah, because you don't get much further south than this. So
it's from fucking one end of the country to the other.
Yeah, right. That's dedication. Yeah, we don't. Lovely.
So anyway, I will be bringing copies of this if people want to buy it off me to help pay my petrol. So bear that in mind.
Absolutely, yeah, mate. Bring any merch you've got, any of your books. We have a nice little marketplace there. You can set it up next to our merchandise. Is your mic turned on?
You can have a little stall, can he? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Mark Devlin brings along all his books and signs them for people as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting Mark. I've had a few email exchanges with him, so it'll be good to see him.
Yeah, Mark's awesome. I've known Mark for a long time. He came to our last event as well. I've had him on the show quite a few times. I've gone on his podcast. Yeah, I've known him since way before all this stuff. I think back in about 2012, he interviewed me and somebody else in a car park at a service station in Reading.
All right.
Sat in his car, just on a laptop many moons ago. Yeah, so I've known Mark for a long time. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I've been again awake for a long time, so I was aware of him when he started doing his stuff. You know, he's done great work. He's interviewed many key people and woke me up to a lot of people. So well done to Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it comes to talking about the occult side of the music industry.
Oh mate, he's the leader of that.
He is the go-to guy.
Yeah, 100%.
There isn't
I would
anyone.
say Mike Williams, who I've interviewed a few times, is up there. You know Mike Williams, the Sage of Quay.
I've heard his name.
I'm not familiar.
He does a lot of Paul is Dead stuff. You want to check out his channel, Sage of Quay.
Okay, yeah, I might ask you to send the links over for that.
Aye.
So, what if people want to get hold of of more of you, Billy? What's the best way, Billy? So it's Billy Watson TV.
Yeah, .tv. It's supposed to be Billy Watts on TV, but not many people get that. But anyway, Billy Watson .tv.
I didn't get that. It's very clever.
In my business card, it's more obvious because the O is big and the Watts on.
Yeah, so once again, you can catch Billy at the eqRAnox in 2 weeks' time. He's going to be driving all the way down from Scotland.
By the way, I'd like to know how long are my sets?
How long would you like? Oma Beats is still to sort the sets out.
Yeah, well, I've sort of got a skeleton program, but I was actually going to be sending you an email soon, Billy, along with all the other artists.
Should have asked you off air, but...
No. It's a good discussion, man. Yes, have it.
No, we've full transparency here at Rise Above, mate.
Yeah, I've got nothing to hide. We're as useless as everyone else is.
No worries, I'll fill whatever time you need, but sometimes it's good to have a rough guide you can.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what would you normally be using? Half an hour, or
33 minutes?
Well, basically,
because obviously, for your comedy, there's lots of space for that now. So, but for
I can talk shite and play shite and read poems for as long as you want. So
fantastic.
I will put you on for an hour at a time, mate.
I might put you on for a few. If you slot you in an hour here and there, you know what I mean.
Well, I was thinking an hour. I'll do a few poems and songs on the first night, and then an hour I'll do my full TV license sketch that I've never done in full before. So.
Awesome. Yeah, we're going to get 2 performances out of Billy.
That's right. Yeah.
If he's coming all the way down from Scotland, we've got to get 2 performances out of him. Come on.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm sure we'll be doing rough stuff in the woods. Renegade.
Yeah, we've sort of got a little busking zone as well. I've been sorting out all the online stuff. Oma has been sorting out the plan for the site and the physical manifestation.
So we've got like a main stage, and then we've got areas within the woods which are going to be like these pop-up busking, as Lance sort of said, but. They are a bit more than just a busking spot. They'll be lit up, and there'll be some other bits and pieces.
Some bespoke artisan performance areas, I think, is how we call it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I call.
Yeah, very excited to see what we do with the woods this time. Really can't wait.
Yeah, I would say somebody's just said about their Save the Craze good. I've written about the false eye. I've interviewed Mike specifically on the false eye, and if you want to go to my website, I've got various interviews on BitChute and YouTube and whatever. But they're all on my website. There's quite a lot of interviews in the past couple of years with leading people in lots of fields. So, and I'm interviewing Amanda Vollmer on Wednesday at 6 o'clock. If anyone's interested in that, they can watch me live on my website.
Yeah, I have seen I've spied at your archive. You have really smashed out loads and loads of really important interviews. So I think we should definitely take our hats off to you for that, because mixing the entertainment, whether it's comedy, music, with the more important stuff, is sort of like part of our core ethos here, and it's something that we sort of take pride in. Is that 1 minute we can be talking about something super serious, and we can have this information up on the screen, and the next moment we're having a laugh, or it's
laughing
music.
At Clown World,
yeah, because I think that's probably why we've got a bit of a synergy, Billy, because I think this is very important to have this right mix of tackling this important stuff while also providing it in some sort of entertaining format.
Well, that's why I try to be myself and entertain. Like when I'm doing shooting the shits, I don't try and be somebody I'm not. And even when I'm interviewing people, we keep it real and have a laugh. I'm not here to try to be an expert. I'm here to let people have their voice, and you do the same. I guess get guests on and hear other people. There's so many people with so many amazing talents out there that don't get the recognition, and it's all about learning, isn't it, and growth, and providing a platform so we can all learn and grow, and we need each other. We're no man is an island, but it's very difficult when we're surrounded by people controlled by the Matrix. So
yeah. Very good. It's true. It's true when you are surrounded by people that are completely immersed in the peasant verse, and you don't have anyone around you that's got their head above it, it can be quite lonely. So, you know, that's why we try and broadcast every Friday. You know, that's why I'm sure you know, you're knocking out all this content. It's we've got to keep on keeping on at the end of the day.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on. We have some music for you in a minute.
Yeah. I'm just look. I'm on donkey mail here, mate.
Mate, the hip hop was sick last week.
Yeah, it was lovely.
What's wrong with it? It was ill.
I've got a suggestion.
Yes, Billy, please.
I don't know if you can get away with this, but basically, I did mention to you about I got banned from Vimeo, and I've got my version of why I got banned from Vimeo called "My Life Doesn't Matter." It's to Bohemian Rhapsody, so I don't know if you get banned from it, but I don't know if you can share it from YouTube or download it. Or
yeah, well, we can share it from YouTube and we can play a little bit, but I reckon probably half of it maybe before they start. Al Gore starts kicking in with his dance moves.
You said it's on Vimeo?
The song's about Vimeo.
Ah, right, okay.
And why you kind of got the bar from it. Anyway, you may want to watch it. I've sent you a link on Facebook. I can send you it here as well if you want. But
no, send it over.
Watch it now or later. Just letting you know. That's that's the one we talked about.
Oh, right, got you. Okay, all right, I'll check that out in a minute. So, yeah, all right, we'll have a break from Oma Beats in just any moment now. Billy, I'd just like to say thank you very much for joining us tonight. It's been great to chat to you. We will let you go in a minute because we're going to have a musical interlude, and then we are going to sort of dissect Clan World a little bit. Unless you want to come back and join us later again.
I'm happy to join you. It's been fun.
All right, mate. We'll stick around. Stick in the green room, mate. We're gonna have some beats from Oma Beats, and then we are, mate. That's right. And then I've got a bit of Clan World to have a laugh at as well. So yeah, all right, Billy. We'll see you in a little while, mate.
Great stuff.
Wicked. Right, Oma Beats, take them away.
Well, you have to hang on. I'm still trying to. That's what I'm saying. I'm on slow-mo. Right?
Oh, right, you're on slow-mo over there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it all started up.
Oh, right, okay.
I've been sent a few tunes by some of the listeners, and I'm trying to get them off my phone onto the computer.
Oh, right, I see. I thought you would. I thought you were already ready to go.
I was, and then I remembered what I had to do.
Right, so I'm just gonna.
Don't forget, guys, if you want a pair of free tickets to eqRAnox, email us
with your reasons why you should deserve them. Yeah,
we've had a few. There's a few in there.
Okay, we've got a couple of entries.
Which says give Oma loads of drinks every day and look after him and make his.
Let's do some plugs. Does anybody?
There's literally nothing like that. In it.
Does anybody want to zero in? We've got some new zero in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to the zero in.
Remember we are sponsored by Roots Brands, who make some of the sickest health products. Zero in.
Get the peasant cam. Engage the peasant cam.
Invoke it. Engage the peasant cam. Oh, I think I turned it off.
I turned
it off. People can still see what you're doing.
There we go.
So Zero In is a product that makes you have optimum amounts of serotonin and dopamine from the power of vegetables and berries. They don't recommend that you wash it down with cider, but
do you want my Oma?
I do anyway.
Because it might make you work a bit quicker,
Yeah, it might make you download those tunes a bit quicker. So I put Billy in the green room and he hadn't even got the music ready. He must think we've exiled him. Oh, I can see him going for a break now. He's a cool dude. I like Billy.
He is a cool dude.
He's a cool dude. Part of the Ramish community now, whether he likes it or not.
He looks Ramish as well.
He does. Mate, we've got to get him a Ramish hat. Yeah. He is natural born Ramish. Who have we got tuned in? Let's have a little look. We've got Bill, AD, Auntie Covia. What are you saying? Wait, get your memes out, love. Lord Doobsworth, Hog Down Munch, Donna Harper, all the regulars, Jason Jackson, Peter Reed, Andy Pandy 33, he's our new moderator. Big shout to Andy Pandy 33. The Glitterati are in the house. Got loads of the eqRAnox crew. Ratis Liaison Officer.
That is
who's that?
That is that's one of the nowheres. That's Luke or Baz.
Is that Baz? Okay.
Baz, yeah, that's Baz.
Okay. We ain't having it. Right is a soul saver. Thank you very much. That's a lovely comment. Right is a soul saver. Thank you all. Much love and gratitude. Gratitude. Nice bit of gratitude. We ain't having it. We love you. Hold down Munch. Who else have we got here? We just
229 people tuned in.
Not bad. 230 for the little eqRAnox countdown. So, yeah, we've been chatting to Billy Watson. 2 weeks to the event, guys, and remember, we are giving away 2 tickets tonight. So all you need to do is email us at Rise Above Livestream with why you deserve this pair of full event adult tickets. The best email wins. Okay, 4 nights in the woods. Coming up in 2 weeks. Obviously, the weather's going to be so much better, nice and warm. It won't be raining. I have looked, absolutely guaranteed. I can guarantee the weather will be good. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's global climate warming change.
Yeah, global climate warming change will kick in exactly on the pink harvest moon.
On the dawn of a harvest sun.
On the dawn of a harvest sun. I eat rabbits for my harvest lunch. Big shout to Rise.
He was in the
Shine.
chat earlier, actually, Ryan Sanders.
No, it's not Ryan Sanders, it's Rise and Shine.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Sorry. Well, shout out to Ryan Sanders. I saw him in the chat.
I did see Ryan Sanders earlier on. Big shout to him. Oh, Michelle Partridge, hubby loves the jacket. Oh, so yeah, she ordered the Rise Above Varsity jacket. You know, like the red and white ones.
Nice.
Yeah. I think we've sold a couple of those, but it's the first bit of feedback I've had.
Mate, we really need to do the AI image show me earlier with the Ramesh gentleman.
Do you want me to get it?
Yeah, we need to have this jacket. We need to make this jacket. I think this is a sick jacket.
The Ramesh jacket?
Yeah, the Ramesh jacket, mate. The Ramesh range.
It's sort of like, I can see it be made of that like brown, sort of like almost like suede corduroy material.
Like cowhide.
Cowhide material. Let us know in the comment section if we produce this Ramesh jacket. Would you buy it? Would you wear it?
Cut out the jibber jabber.
Thank you, Omar Beats.
The jibber jabber is what makes a special Omar Beats. So yeah, in case you didn't know, this is the new Ramesh order. Maybe one day. Yeah, it's brought to you by the Umbrella Corp as well.
Shady Corporation.
The Shady Corporation behind Rise Above. You see, I've got my my cult leader jacket on again.
Your satanic.
You see, I wear it every week.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm also wearing Reject the Soviet Union t-shirt. Do you know why?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is 3 years old this week.
3 years old this week.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
The first.
Yeah, 3 years old. Before, it was first announced, I guess. Oh, Hesman Satisfaction saw me on Atlantic Underground. Big shout out to Chris. Yeah, you are on. Go on then. Omar Beats.
Word, power and sound. Every positive movement, every conversation, every connection, every seed you plant, ripple. Don't let anyone ever tell you that one person can't make a change. Bullshit.
On the dawn of a harvest sun, are we speaking the truth in the sharpest tongue? Feast on a rabbit, served with a garnished lunch. We got the hardest puns. Mind master, trust your ability. NPC is an IQ deficiency. They're living in mental captivity. I'll never submit to these bloodline dynasties. On the dawn of a harvest, crops are sown to trade corn with the farmers. Sometimes I want out of this nightmare society like I was born with the Amish. I've got the formula mastered, claiming our power, there's more to be harnessed. I'm no ordinary artist, try wage war, I'll be forming the armies. eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest sun, we're telling them welcome to the eqRAnox. Welcome to the eqRAnox.
On the night of a harvest moon, I take flight to the farthest tomb. I meditate in the darkest room by the candlelight until the spark exhumes. On the night of a harvest, I see a silhouette hunter hold up a carcass, and he heartbeats a target, and blood trails the ground like red carpet. On the night of a harvest moon, so sacred, silk on an ancient loom. Hooded robes in ritual rooms, grey all night from yesterday's noon. On the night of a harvest, farmers emerge and they set up a market. It's all business regardless, where your loot is bought and sold and bartered.
eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest sun, we're telling them welcome to the eqRAnox. Welcome to the eqRAnox. On the dawn we glance to the east. We ain't scared of the mark of the beast. Performing sacred rituals, nobody but a shaman and me. If they wanna take me out, they better come with at least 33 Schwabi and Fleet. Cause I won't go quietly, they're gonna have to do more to silence me. That's the irony, lost in this messed up society. They wanna force their views on our offspring, teaching our children that gender's non-binary. This is social engineering to try fulfill transhuman agenda. Al Gore better come prepared, cause I ain't in the mood to be censored. eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meat suits or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest sun, we're telling them welcome to the eqRAnox. Welcome to the eqRAnox.
I'm a freelance quantum gardener with a homemade combine harvester. So when I see your crops wilting, I got the organic rod that will harden them. This realm rotates in cycles in counter-rotational Solomon spirals. Masons build towers like Eiffel and vortex points to drain your vital. Simulacrums appear cyclical, toroidal electro-spiritual. The holosphere projects physical, the manifestational synergy's mythical. We got problems, parasitical, inside this torus field is critical. Henceforth mankind is pitiful, rise and shine, please explain.
The eqRAnox, no meat suits or Tesla bots. eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, it's not consigned to meat suits or Tesla bots. Sound of Oma Beats.
They call me Nate, I'm the government's nemesis. I'm a freedom fighter, but they call me a terrorist. I speak out when I wanna because they take the piss. And People's Army is a movement, there ain't no dead in this. And if you can't stand me, you better sit down, cause I've got lyrics that can penetrate your thick ground. Elevate your spirit so it can't get licked down. You think I really care who's selling drugs in
Big
your
shout to the
town?
Ratis liaison officer and Glitterati.
You watch too many films. And I've been telling them that this is not a film. This is really real, it's 2012, but how many of us know the deal? All our bills are rising, but our pay it stays the same. We gotta rebel if you really wanna change. How many more years do I have to hear you say? It's the same shit, but it's a different day, so we gotta rebel.
Big shout to Sheep Farm tuned in. Big shout to Dom and Chris.
Think you get the message in the email. Rebel. Liquor, sell drugs, what retail? Whether you go church or you be in jail. Every man, them and every female. Rebel.
Stick with me, Dan, got from all about illumination. A scribe train with ancient levels opposite a mason. The man that stole the science and applied like a weapon. That's why every fucking human in the world today is stressing. Go by different guises, trying to centralize shit. They wanna take away your freedoms, better open eyes quick before they snap you with the final part.
Oma Beats is on fire once again.
Not invoking demons, even if you claim you're atheist. They advise you better get your mind fixed. Expand your concepts, the world's not flat. It's called the system and it's planned by architects from way back to make the majority sheep help a couple get fat. The knowledge of our true purpose is the thing that we lack. They've hidden it away and hoping that we'll never react. We got the essence of the highest, there's no messing with that. We're a microcosm of the universe, put into man trust.
Rebel, surrounded by the wickedness and we can smell the evil. Think you get the message in the email. Rebel. You can sell drugs, what retail? Whether you go church or you be in jail. Every man, them and every female. Rebel.
I'm ready to the system, a problem, we're trying to kill the game. Duct tape, cutting it up, I send it to the grave. And you can sit and wait, or brother, try and make yours. Started the starter, but I'm looking at the main cause. Break doors, people look, it's time that we wake up. Sleeping on the sleepers, but I show them what I'm made of. Fam, I'm out of this world with no spaceship, trying to make it happen like a real brother Nate did. The playlist is played out, rebelling with my sound. But if it need be, I'ma hit the cold shit. But my soundtrack is the struggle, so I gotta keep it low key. Banging out some tuba, thinking brother, fuck the police. Rolling on my lonely, thinking fuck the police. The system ain't there to help me. I said I'm rolling on my lonely, thinking fuck the police. The system ain't there to help me. Peace.
Rebel, surrounded by the wickedness and we can smell the evil. Think you get the message in the email. Rebel. You can sell drugs, what retail? Whether you go church or you be in jail. Every man, them and every female. Rebel. Surrounded by the wickedness and we can smell the evil. Think you get the message in the email. Rebel. You can sell drugs, what retail? Whether you go church or you be in jail.
Only the hottest conscious beats and lyrics. It's riseabove.tv. Big shout to Buddy, big shout to Jay Dart. Catch Jay Dart at the eqRAnox in 2 weeks' time.
Every man, them and every female. Rebel.
Undercover anarchist, silver bullet splitting through tracks and back catalogues, back to back blitzkrieg. Cut for long where you're from, cold hearted guff. And my verses like batarangs and battering rams. The grand cap.
Big shout to Esoteric Night of Malta.
Spirits. Firewater's getting sprayed like it's rushing spirits. Still spitting after close to 6 dozen seasons. Loyal to this lone wolf shit I will achieve. All these half-eye blurry eyes starts paying off. Olympic rings tattered eye upon the chest plate. Flow like a bubble thrown into the Grand Canyon. Houdini, fourth musketeer, the pure skillsman. I'm supreme, the cap is so rare you never seen that. Flute strings on my sick notes, wrote C facts. Whole grain bars full of seeds plus the oatmeal. Spitting sawdust and instrumentals are just roadkill. It's Gusto, Grande Malachi, you lit much in Calagas. I increase the Fahrenheit, bring heat like the blue flame around Ken's fist. For the Jeeps down to the Toyota Avensis. Air Force and fitted cap in contrast, my look sharp. Galahad, I'm posted on the park with these words, I'm in top form. World spinning, earth turning, early birding, first work and first serve. Clear the lanes and make way for this. I'm skulls back in 06, focused on progression, future clearer than the coast is. Since my Nikes and spiked here, my eye line reclined upon a behind a nice pair. My life's rare.
Full metal. Full metal rap. This is how you pen it rap. Red mist, protect the Mac with a clenched fist. Wind factors of a tempest, great like the pyramids in Memphis. I'm in the struggle, pull a muscle then extend clips. Jack Russells and bed sits, crack hustles and sex flicks. Bash knuckles and lead tips. We stack bundles and stress chicks. Hood cycles, crooked idols. They look for reprisals. Kush idols, bags of piffy. Dang stuffed in the jiffy. The romance of the city. Rich greet the poor with the cold hand of pity. Bitches and whores, the cold tan in your digi. Man in Africa, then exported for pennies. Getting sloppy Giuseppe's of Jezzies. Make my dick rise like Aunt Bessie's. Pick 'em like we pick berries. Me and Genghis, bring in the heavies. Masonic like the Bill of Rights. Vocab, throat stab, lyrics like a killer's knife. No pads and cold flats, lonely like a vicar's wife. Piss on your old raps like Potax. Pocats with coke raps, I spit scrolls act like throwbacks. Terrorize MCs and leave them on Prozac. Clouded in smoke like blowbacks. Me and Kappa stole raps, you could call it Kojak. Rotisserie roast rap, take the whole stack. East 5th nigga, it's how we roll black.
East the angel of the south. Angel of the north, east the angel of the south. Angel of the north, east the angel of the south. Faster near to phone, the near. Faster near to east the angel of the south. Angel of the north, east the angel of the south. Angel of the north, east the angel of the south. Angel of the north, east the angel of the south.
Rap.
Fucking fat. Full Metal Rabbit. Oma Beats is in session.
Baby mama, my sister mums, my nana mums, my daddy mums, my granddaddy mums. I wanna see you all get funky as my mom, and she be really fucking crazy. Where'd you think I got it from? Your mama sits and does it daytime telly, young. Well, tell the sour bitch to get on up and put my bloody CD on and get to the skanking. One in a Hoover to get me sweaty and panting all of my antics. Bringing the people, nothing but multiple standards, calling you wanker. If you be watching my set and got them hands up, hitting the rinners with every precision, we're leaving each other flat in the stamp off. I'm that bucket man, you're one piece of dish for a pound blood. Yeah, I'm the whole flock when bones drop, you scurry around us. Even a chick came round to nibble the skin and down with a damn boss. Poach and potent wins on Wednesday though, we're fighting my focus, fully indulgent. Bring that bird so man, come on, like a soul, and I'm with his slogan. I need that breast like a baby, greasy and golden, problems are solving. My nose picks up the juicy chicken aromas, and when I'm moving it's the cock, it's the minutes you ain't got arse for snake for the man blood. Another little scumbag from the ends, the tap to backflip those buttons, and packing them again, kicking up a stench. Double doses dealing with the limbs, licking off your head. Munchies made the chicken fiend again. Catch me entering your feature kit with everything that's there. I want your cake, want the juice and bakes because I'm big. Well, duh, bring that shit in here, then go clean that shit all out your ears. Sipping on a beer, sipping beer, sipping another beer. Pour a little rum into your numb, I'm feeling fucked in it. Pour another one and bust that funky chicken with your peers. You see my skanks and fish, you think I'm weird, but still wanna get pissed. Who cause rock me back in Mojo in the dojo? Did you care? Well, if not, then your best to fix the fuck up. Your best to get that vibe right before we show you what's what. Shit be rhythmical, fuck with the principles. Flows are invincible, so drop back before you're left dead upon your pedestal. Your head
Nowadays I live my life on a day-to-day basis, cause everybody in the whole fam's got cases. Roaming the streets that are full of the screw faces, resorting us back to the blocks on the staircases. We hope we don't get to face the bases who wanna try erase us to take the papers. Laters, late for what my whole council estate is. Dwelling on the city on top of these skyscrapers. Me, I keep a watch over the whole of my acres. From those who wanna take us, from 5-0s to fakers. Cause all we're trying to be is money makers. So we might have had a chance to escape from some of these derelict cases. We're living life at fast paces. It's like we're gutter rats trying to contend these rat races. So best to tighten up your laces, cause this year I'm stepping up a gear too fast for you to chase us. You think I'd wanna stick around this time and have to wait for a cracker to beat my mum down? To get a phone call saying just bring your money now. By any little fassie with a bucket running round. I don't love the sound of what those haters wanna do to me. That's why I'm not giving them any opportunity. For me it's not about all of the money and the jewellery. Survival of the fittest is life, so now it's you or me. And I don't wanna move away from the flats, but that's the only way for me to get away from these cats. I sit and wonder why the fuck it has to be like that. I wonder what it would have been like if we blew up in rap, but that's a dream. And me, I put reality first. And yeah, it's real that these fiends wanna steal your mum's purse, does it seem? The whole of this manor is cursed, like the bubble is boiling and just waiting to burst. This generation's getting worse. These youth man are coming up, nothing's out there for them, so they just don't give a fuck. And they ain't got nothing to lose, so then they're out of streets, late nights, confused again. You put your feet in their shoes for them, and you see what you can do for them, and you too might screw for them. And this ain't really nothing new for them, but man like you will probably label them a hooligan to live good or bad. But me I'm mud cause the hood is bad, dressing in rags on the ags, you know my hood is mad. We'd worry about getting beat up or stabbed, now we worry about the man who's come to shoot up the app. The dreams we used to have are gone, for those hopes and basic needs. We're in the bottom of the barrel trying to fight for life's necessities. There's older man who's taking time to give advice to me, trying to show me just how nice my life could be. I'd like to share the vision, but all I'm seeing is man on a mission. My streets are full of friction, and you could check my diction. It gets deep everywhere that you go, cause there's snakes everywhere in every ghetto you go. Whoa, whoa.
So there we have it, a live interview from Skinny Man outside Subterranea, the infamous home of hip-hop. This is my fam Uncut, signing out.
Let's be honest, innit?
You don't really want me.
If you're gay, then be gay. Don't pretend that you're straight. You're a dirty politician who fucks kids every day. You're not an authority. I ain't got
Big
no
up Brian
respect
Harvey
for you, mate. Take
each and
a
every
trip
time.
to Comic Peace or have a slice of the gate. They say it's fake news. That's what they're saying it is. Why they're tapping up your phone and they're taking the piss.
Pizza at the slice
Fucking
of the
up your
gate,
marriage
yeah.
and not printing the truth. They say they're too fucking powerful. There's nothing you can do. All you're trying to do is take your time and just lie to me. Fake truth was gathered round and tried to derail the inquiry. CSA, Leveson, Hillsborough, what? Grenfell Tower, tenants out of the block. That was the plan from day one, all along, mate. Trying to relax our minds like emerald nitrate. Politicians rallied round and some of them have got ages held in place as the corrupted media
Big up
manipulates.
Brian Harvey.
There's nothing you can do. You'll never stop there.
You haven't heard this?
I haven't heard this one. This is the
No
first
one
time I
can
heard
stop there.
Yeah, Brian Harvey's big in the
That's
game.
what they say to me. There's nothing you can say. You'll never stop them. No one can stop them. That's what they say to me. Who's sitting high, check a wood floor. I see a mason at my door. 360s, Moloch, Baphomet. Go fuck yourself, I've had enough of it. Who's sitting high, check a wood floor. I smell the blood of a Baphomet whore. Your fucking handshakes, your fucking pyramids, aprons, you fucking idiots. So what's so special about your fucking society? The fact you fuck kids and together you hide it? Anxiety, pedophilia in its entirety. I can't believe that this is what I'm finding out now. Calling out the fucking industry a madman. Cause all the times you fucking said I was a bad man. I'm glad I saw the light and fucking got away. Now I'm coming back to fuck you up and stay another day. Take that. There's nothing you can do. You'll never stop them. No one can stop them. That's what they say to me. There's nothing you can say. You'll never stop them.
We are actively trying, we ain't having it. We are trying.
That's what they say to me. Who's sitting high, check a wood floor. I see a mason at my door.
Brian Harvey, if you're watching, we would love to speak to you.
Go fuck yourself. I've had enough
Rise
of
above.
It. Who's sitting high, check a wood floor. I smell the blood of a Baphomet whore. Your fucking handshakes, your fucking pyramids, Aprons, you fucking idiots. Who's saying hi? Check up on floor. I see a Mason at my door. 360s, Moloch, Baphomet. Go fuck yourself. I've had enough of it. Who's saying hi? Check up on floor. I smell the blood of a Baphomet whore. You fucking handshakes, you fucking pyramids. Aprons, you fucking idiots.
Leo Wild on the MIC.
Who's this? Oh, this is a local guy, Leo Wild. Good artist, this one. Listen.
I come alive when the lights are low. I stay high when I'm writing flows. Get a call from Willie and my tightest bro. He said, Dread, you're killing the sounds icy, yo. I'm like, nah, stay hot like the Ivory Coast. I'll be on my job trying to acquire the dough. I've been dreaming about rhyming when my eyes are closed. And he bigs me up cause of the life I chose. So salute to a real one. Got so many flows that I'm giving it to rappers so they don't need to steal one. They wanna take empires, but I got the manpower, so I'm gonna build one. Wanna leave a little money for my children. So I graft today, looking like a sardine cast away. I'm gonna make it, I swear that I will, son. Yo, this beat, it's got me on a chilled one. Bryson till I kind of business. Other spitters only see me in the distance. Cause I'm way ahead, I make my bed. Pull out my pad and get busy in the instant. My flow stay dirty even after I rinse it. Go rapid fire bars that blast up ballistics. Live up a bar and there's half in your district. And yeah, I breathe hard cause it's part of my sickness. I'm ill, fam. Ain't seen the sun in a few days. Know that I'm still tan. Hide my eyes from the rays. Somebody pass me the Ray-Bans. Grind for the night to the day. I'll be up with the milkman.
Big up Leo Wild.
Paves. So you never see me chill, man. I got that high focus. Ain't gonna stop till I'm skimming on oceans. Using my wisdom for propulsion. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life in a moment. So close I can taste like I know it. So I gotta keep praying and hoping. I'll make it one day to their face, yeah I told them. They thought I was joking, but I ain't though. More than myself like I made that I play though. All I need is kicks and snares. And the 808s with the bass low. I'll be rhyming when I lose my hair. I'll be dread still stacking these pesos. Cause I hold this court. Ain't case closed to the day that I say so. I'm hot like 100 degrees. These other brothers really need to take notes. Wake up bright and blaze. Yo, that's just how my day goes. I'm hot like 100 degrees. These other brothers really need to take notes. Wake up bright and blaze. Yo, that's just how my day goes. Cause I gotta stay on my grind. Too much money on my mind. I've been running out of patience, but I know I gotta take my time. Yeah, I gotta stay on my grind. Too much money on my mind. I've been running out of patience, but I know I gotta take my time. And I'll be fine. Stay on my grind.
Big up Terry Sutherland. Big shout out to Bill. Classic time.
Yeah, you know the status. Players hate us, coppers chase us. The caper's dangerous, but like fate, forever changing like faces. This is alphabet and basics. I burst first, reverse matrix. Disperse wicked words of hatred. Cause I've worked for the worst wages. Brethren's hold a burden, go berserk in the bird cages. Conniving neighbors, navigate, skate like gators. Scavengers and jankros, feeding off the natives. Negros stay negative, I guess that's relative. It all relates to the life where we live. East Maze metric, where my mind stays sick. From the city to the sticks, there's stacks of lunatics. Lucy's with icks, cats who use crucifix to seduce chicks. And you can find this where I live. In Jankroville, where the streets are paved-ish and cats getting shift on a night shift. I'm swift like Mickey Super. The Black Russian spit slugs like German Luger. War-torn stormtrooper, making tracks as we maneuver. Moving further to the future with a bucket full of Lucifer. Yeah, you know the saga. Panorama drama, piranhas. Pyro cats on contract from the Bahamas. Bad man that look harmless, but inside you find they're artless. Split you like Gemini with the 9 Taurus. Eyes cut like glasses. I spark slips as the 5 pass, I mask it, and that's how it is. You can find this where I live. The East Maze where the lifts are full of sin and pitch black skies and clouds of red mist. I wrote this issue, fury flame through my fist. For my hombres who brew like Nigerian Guinnesses. The cold lyricists, I bring Siberian experiences. Penetrate your premises, backslap a pacifist. Enter the dragon 2 smoking sibling. So keep your eyes peeled cause cats conceal 9mm near the pancreas. Yeah, they call it Jankroville, the land of the of vultures, filled with cobras and cold-hearted soldiers. Cats with pokers, cause all you saw posers. I'm seeing dead friends' faces on posters in Jankroville, where man kill for penny. The city's heavy, I see many brethren buried. That's why I keep a shetty and stay ever ready. For all you jankos and bona fide fassies in Jankroville, where man kill for shekels. Hackney Central, the place is firing with Jekylls. Riders who pedal pebbles, getting rubbed in their rentals. It's heavy mental, many men mask their metal. My peeps penitential, trapped in patterns of circles. Might catch 22 up in your verbals. I scrap herbals, staying vigilant at venues. Get snag a sack when man attack like man choose, but man still confused. Convict shutting food, plotting to make a move and get the fuck out the manor. Kidnap my son and make her run for the border. It's manslaughter, wicked like water torture. This one's dedicated to my peeps living mager, who run the mucker to escape the palaver. Strap on your armor, other sharks on the corner, capable of killing you in ways you can't imagine. It all happens. What? It all happens. Get caught napping, catch a quick cabin stabbing from a backstabbing brethren. That's why me no beg friend. I them not like we and we not like Jankroville, the land of the vultures, filled with cobras and cold-eyed soldiers. Cats with pokers, cause all is all posers. I'm seeing dead friends' faces on posters in Jankroville, where man kill for penny. The city's heavy, I see many brethren buried. That's why I keep a shetty and stay ever ready.
I leave ciphers the last man
standing. The white fassies in Jankroville.
A house broke your slum, your ends are known for scum. I hope you run this fucking war, be a hopeless one. I spit my propaganda on this mic appliance. I like defiance, please keep taking the path of non-compliance. I've got brethren across the sea who wanna see you flee. Intelligence services who claim you prep for killing sprees. And when I speak, I make the whole world listen. Bully those who want into submission. You know me, bruv, not giving a fuck for whatever you got to say. Handle opposition like Blair did with that dossier. You can't handle the truth, that's why I feed you lies. Metropolitan politics drop like tears from bloody skies. We rise above it all, but still stay in the thick of it. Like London estates, I bless breaks with the sickest shit.
We step with the force of a hurricane. Loving ain't nothing but another game. Tainted by your brother's shame. Stabilize your sentiments, we represent a bright day. The wiser pay the price, strive deciding where the minds is prey. Step with the force of a hurricane. Loving ain't nothing but another game. Tainted by your brother's shame. Stabilize your sentiments, we represent a bright day. The wiser pay the price, lies defining where the buyers prey.
Man, I used to have a lot of love, but it's diminishing. The villain a six-bitter man, deliver bags of finished things. The illa kid, bringing you down, your sounds get blown apart. I'm prone to spark, jokers, I'm darker, the kind of bone apart. Napoleon type, soldiers reinforce the bros of Jones of Arcs. Boulders from the start, embrace the coldest parts with open arms. Rope the golden guards, my half of vocals broken, both your arms. I told you both to hold your cards close, you chose the open part. You wash it up, but don't just choke your clot and get it over with. Impose the harshest doses, dark, ferocious flows are coated with a poison so deep, even Mary needed contraception. I'm on your section, hotter than a rubber stock with cop connection. Stop your stressing, you're getting robbed of a proper blessing. Drop a cock your neck until your body steps in God's direction. Not to mention, brothers be getting measured up and sized out. Noted down, stamped with the number lines wiped out.
We step with the force of a hurricane.
The one and only Oma Beats in session. Couple more minutes, 5 more minutes, and then we'll get back to the chat with Billy Watson. Bit of Clown World review.
With the force of a hurricane. Loving ain't nothing but another game. Tainted by your brother's shame. Stabilize your sentiments, we represent a bright day. The wiser pay the price, lies defining where the buyers prey.
As I emancipate from the stencil of failure, I see the world look at me differently. Now I'm major, or at least potentially. Spread my wings exponentially till the day planet Earth will be the death for me. Respectfully, I understand life is a game. Manipulate like Sim City when it's time for a change. Too many years saying fuck it. I'm just gonna smoke bare weed and somehow make some ducats. But when I realized that plan was whack, I pulled my socks up, ready for an earthly attack. Moving like a hurricane when the day turns black. Remember 1987? Much worse than that with assertive raps. It's all a glorified business plan to enable the fam to live in greener lands. Kick back and check the episode. Invisible turn flesh, the illest story ever told.
With insufficient ambition, man, listen, this is my advice. Die or fight, get caged in or take flight. On the page inside the margin, I make light. Appear
in the form of the words I write, it's all solar. From the lows to the highs, but you're blinded by the wool pulled over your eyes by oversized flies who feed off the waste, take the icing on the cake and leave without trace. The man without a face, I stay anonymous. The way we're living day to day stays monotonous, like your bland sound. But with the weight of the world on top of us, we still stand ground and break down your fascination with the fabrication of the truth. Make use of your imagination in the pursuit of expression, not as a disguise to hide behind when addressing your brethren. I reckon the question is this: to be or not to be, a simple lesson in risk.
I guess I'm a romantic. My plan is my plan is to defy the nature of an eye. My God, the nature of an eye that's bent on me. I guess I'm a romantic. My plan is to defy the nature of an eye. The nature of an eye that's bent on me.
Imparting this text is my only life after death. I'm left gasping for breath, asking for less tension and stress, about to suffocate. It feels like I need divine intervention to resuscitate me lately. It's like frustration has taken a hold, restraining me from breaking the mold or making the most of my creative control. Time's taking its toll. I'm elevating my soul by taking the old to the new, like nice and smooth. My voice highlight big sets the express my attitude towards my foes and those who show no gratitude. You can't calculate my longitude or latitude, navigate my catacomb or reach my altitude. I'm too
Massive
high,
shout to Oma
far
Beats
too
on the
fly to
selection
stay
once again.
stationary. Basically, I keep it constructive, like masonry, blatantly disruptive in this disgracefully corruptive system plagued with injustice. But this is purity, you can't touch this. It's much more to me than just fun-ish, but I can't let that discourage. I salvage anything of value from the rubbish and repair. I won't be driven into submission or despair. I prepare for war, I hear the rhythm of the snare.
Lovely. Bo selection indeed, aren't you, Kovia?
Yeah, my style's straight miraculous. Treat me like a Dracula. Don't try and call me blood. I bite your throat and spit it back at ya. Spit vernacular, crack at ya. Crush your motherfucking planet like my boy Galactus stars. Most MCs are whack and it's a fact that the actors can't make a back catalogue without a single classic rock. Al's got you backing up, banging straight stacking up. Big Daddy Al, I'm like a pimp when I'm rapping, bruv. Hip hop's my bitch, you better watch how you handle her. Mistreat my woman, I track you down like she's Pamela. Trample you like a mammoth with maddest amounts of stamina. Standing behind the van with a hammer about to damage your cause and a fucking massacre. Shanking you with an antler. Let you grab for help while the full wing samples. You bang at the baddest beat, then repeat it while we stamp on ya. Let your corpse rot before I feed it to tarantulas. Oh, I'm on this nightmare shit. What I say is too much, I don't give a shit. I'm on this nightmare shit. What I say is too much, I don't give a shit. I'm on this nightmare shit. What I say is too much, I don't give a shit. I'm on this nightmare shit. What I say is too much, I don't give a shit.
I pull your spine out your mouth and I stab you with it while chatting your bird up at the STD clinic. Dump you in the Pacific until they fish it and drag you out the net like your album when they miss it. Get your sister to kiss dick, stealing mad shit so she can buy me change till I look just like Slick Rick. Pummeling a pink pit, painting her walls like a big marker ink tip. Shut up, slug, eat dick. That's it. As I'm feeding her my pose, got so many lines they could reach around 3 worlds. All I leave is raspberry swells and belly walking ghosts. I pull my beast out and your slug just howls like blah. All over the shop, she calls me Doc. Got the fake gynecologist look unlock you. Must have forgot she plays piggy in the middle. No riddle, she be feeling for the nuts like a squirrel. Slug, I'm on some wet clam shit. What I say is too much, I don't give a shit. I'm on some puppy nose tip. What I say is too much, I don't give a shit. I'm on some wet oyster shit. What I'm saying is too much, I don't give a shit. Much too much.
I take the piss and take the crown whilst I take it easy. Any rapper standing nearby feels shook and wheezy. There's a new part of the Bible called the Book of BVA. Don't wash for a year and my shit still ain't cheesy. I hold it down like your house's foundations. You'll get taken for a walk if you're found hating. To any big bull rapper I'm spitting castration. Fuck you up in one bar just cause I lack patience. I chat shit as long as the words fit and are rhyming. And walk around head high just like I run this island. They're all cubic zirconia but me I bring the diamonds. Quartz crystal in my mind so I never slip on timing. I love a bitch but every day I suck my dick. my head's fucking massive, but somehow it still won't fit. And I won't stop until everybody hates me, cause I'm a fucking prick, but every single thing I make's deep. Yo, I'm on some far out shit. What I say is too much, I don't give a shit. Break toilets when we drop our shit, cause what I say is too much, I don't give a shit. I'm on some far out shit. What I say is too much, I don't
Omar
give a
Beats has
shit.
killed it. He killed all the rabbits.
The dirty freak, every single pervert has heard of me. And any piece of skirt that serves her piece will burger me. I'll tell a slut to shut up and give a purse to me. The worst you'll see a person on this earth to be absurd is me. Certainly, I'll pay to fuck a bird and give her 30p a pair of dirty knees and leave her scared of what she's learned to be. Work for free. I'd rather grab a quack pig and fuck his head, tug his flesh, cuddle it and fuck it till there's nothing left. I'm the wanker with the clever god. What? Plus I'm the twat who put the banger through your letterbox. I killed a cat just out of anger and I never stopped. It's real as that when we strangle for your heads apart. Desperate not what, I got the pick of the bunch. Taking bitches off the list while they're fixing their cunts. I'm literally blunt, and if this shit just isn't enough, I'll take a big swig from the piss in the cup. I'm like, yo, I'm on some nightmare shit. Take a razor blade straight to your clitoris. I'm on some Dyke Star shit, cause my name is not James, it is 666. I'm on some Owl's Claw shit. What I say is too much for you little pricks. Yo, I'm on some syndicate shit. Flock about sitting in your living room piss.
Yo, hey yo, I lost my brain, found a crutching place up on top of graves. Do a lot of dirt and I'm not ashamed. Got a flame that I hold to and learn bitches. Now my competition are nothing but burn victims. Cut the lights out, turn the cameras off. You sense danger like swimming in the Amazon. While I climb a church spiral and I dangle off. Slamming shots, wanking off with the hand of God. Why them fools sound pamper soft? That's why I trample on them, temper flare. Goddamn anger problem.
This track is 4 hours. Too much.
I balance my agenda while embarrassing contenders. You X Factor try out. Die now, painfully, pain release.
Whoa. Holy shizzle. Rise above.
Explosion.
Yeah, we needed an
Nice explosion, Michael combo there.
Yeah, Michael combo. Let's get Billy Watson back in. How you doing, Bill?
I'm doing very well, thanks. Enjoyed the beats there, cool shit.
Yeah, I think Omar Beats was on fire there. We were just checking some of the comments. People were seriously
Some heavy hip hop, man.
Yeah, really good.
Well, I found the folder which I haven't found. I've been looking for it for ages. My computer's a fucking mess.
You found a hidden folder.
Well, basically, I've got shitloads of music, and I put them in different places, you know. So it's my own fault. So then now and again, I'm like, oh fuck that folder, and I found that folder.
You found the good folder. Wicked.
Hey, there was a lyric in one of those tunes in a minute. There was a bucket full of Lucifer.
yeah, that's what I played actually. Exactly that, and then please you picked up on it. Cheers.
Yeah, I got that, mate.
We tried to have purely. Well, because of the copyright, Billy, we can't play anything that's on certain record labels. None of your Sony, your BMG or anything like that. So
particular warmish sort of sounding one.
It works quite well though, because that means that we can
cut out all the shit music.
Yeah, we can only play.
Yeah, there's nothing mainstream going on here.
No, absolutely not. Okay,
we're talking about Mark Devlin. He does a podcast, a regular one. Sound of Music or whatever, you know, and conscious music.
Good Vibrations podcast.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. So I was wondering where you got your tunes from, or was people sending them into you or something like that?
A bit of everything, really. I've been lucky enough to sort of like know a lot of the UK pop artists around Britain over the years, and I've gathered tracks over the years and things like that. But also keeping your ear to the ground, buying stuff like that. Nate, I've never met him before, man, but I knew his music, so I will go and.
We played a few of his tunes tonight, didn't we, Nate?
Yeah, he's got a new one out. Actually, I haven't downloaded it. I need to. It's the one which is sort of pocketed him into the atmosphere of known people.
Yeah, turn your mic up a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
People want to hear that voice, Omar.
That's much better. Yeah, some of the tunes in there is our own stuff as well, Billy. There was a couple. There was the first tune we played was our stuff. So. Yeah,
featuring Rise and Shine.
We're trying to sort of become like that sort of like magnetic centre for these conscious artists to come to us. We've had some really wicked rappers in the studio so far, like Ryan Sanders and Inspector Veg.
So I wanted to play a few tracks by Crown Jewels. He watches us regularly.
Yeah, they've got some good tracks.
This is what I was trying to do. My donkey phone wasn't working properly.
Have you got some of Crown Jewels' tracks?
I've pretty much got everything he's ever made.
Right, we need to play some of their stuff.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Can I just quickly interject? People asking, play some Proclaimers for Billy. You know, I'm a Hibs
Proclaimers.
fan. I'm a Hibs fan, and I would say I'm also a Liverpool fan. So you'll never walk alone is kind of universally considered the best football anthem. But Hibs never won the Scottish Cup from 102 to 116, which is 114 years. And when they won it, there was like 30,000 Hibs fans. You have to look at the video on YouTube singing "The Sunshine on Leith" by the Proclaimers. That is the best football anthem. That's my fucking.
The thing is like because they're quite well-known artists, like the Proclaimers. I think we'd get a strike on them.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I don't know. It all depends on
how.
It all depends on who they're signed to. If they're signed to Warner, then we can't play them, or Sony. But like if they are independent, for example, I think the Proclaimers did do a few independent tracks, so it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, it just all depends to the record label that they sign
It's
to.
the extent of the covietism within them as well.
I'm just suggesting to the audience to go and watch the Hibs fans singing at Hampden in 2016. That's an experience.
I'll tell you what, actually, I've got to give it to all the Scottish fans, no matter which club they're at, whether it's national team or local team. It's like they are big in the game with their crowds, and they know how to sing.
We do like a bit of a chant. It's usually 5 or 6 pints we have before the game.
Well, yeah, obviously it's got something to do with it.
Okay, I think it's about time that we had a little dive back into the madness and had a little look what's been going on since last week. I'm not going to pretend everything I've got is completely up to date. But before we look at the awful content of Clown World, Billy, we like to fire up a device called the catalytic converter. This piece of ancient Ramish technology basically means that all of this terrible Clown World media, we can use it and fuel this machine to try and have some spiritual, or at least maybe not progression, but we can at least get some comedy out of it, right? Because at the end of the day, there is quite a lot of sludge. So let's have a look at this. Right, the bank collapse has been, or the banking collapse has been a big thing in the last couple of weeks. At least in alternative media, right? You must have heard about this, Billy.
Yeah. It's on the cards. We're all waiting for it.
Yeah, yeah. It's another thing to tick off the list for everyone that's been paying attention, right? So, but it turns out that the Silicon Valley Bank, that was the one. I think this is the one that got sold for apparent HSBC, or was that the Swiss one? Either way, it was a huge bank worth hundreds of billions that went down, and it turns out that it was a super woke bank, and it's donated 73 million to Black Lives Matter. So it's basically donated 73 million to George Soros.
Basically,
yeah. Failed Signature Bank gave. Oh, okay. Another bank gave them 850,000. Do you reckon there's a pattern emerging here, Billy?
Yeah, I think the Democrats, George Soros, and all Ukraine and all the rest of it are Satan incarnate, whatever, and they're getting funded to do evil shit.
Yeah, it seems like anyone that's had a shitload of money funneled through them to these causes, aka going to Open Society Foundation, are now being up for the chop.
Yeah, well, the whole world.
That was quite loud.
That's a big chop.
That's a big chop. Maybe it's all part of the process. What do you reckon?
Well, yeah, again, it's all the big picture, isn't it? What's all heading towards, these banks are designed to be failing. All the people with pensions and stuff, they've not got the money to pay them all out, So the best thing for it is for the whole thing to collapse for them and gets them off the hook. So that was all designed into the programme anyway. It's a house of cards, so it's all an illusion, isn't it?
Of course, yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting to watch it as it's playing out. But I just think it's funny that these sort of like comedy links come up. Oh yeah, they gave 73 million to Black Lives Matter. Okay.
This, Black Lives Matter is completely racist as well. These things. So it's always the opposite in this world.
Oh, absolutely. I always said, it's like it was like the worst thing for the black community ever. If you buy into that stuff, it's basically teaching you victimhood.
It's the same as like the LGBT.
Yeah. It's just a mind trap. Whoever you are, a mind trap has been made. I guess the blanket term for all that kind of stuff is cultural Marxism, which is supposed to be a right-wing conspiracy theory in itself, although you can see it every day when you look out the window or look on
globalized
TV.
Mind control.
Yeah, globalized mind control. Here's a wicked meme. of something. I was coming out with this last week, but I'm not going to lie.
Malcron.
I saw the meme first. I'm not sure exactly what old Malcron is up to at the moment that's worthy of this meme, but I know, he's got the little WEF badge there, which he does wear in real life. Let's be fair. But he's been
Or kind of controlled by BlackRock, which basically owns the world,
Yeah.
Which is a black nobility.
He's someone's bitch.
Well, I think it was old King David who sort of fingered this guy and basically said, he is essentially just a very clear Rothschild banker agent that's dressed up as a politician. They haven't even bothered to hide it.
Well, in France thing now, it's all kicking off, obviously, and they're all saying it's the pensions. Maybe that was the final straw, but I think it's bigger than that, They're probably sick of all this shit.
Yeah, I think it's just a general protest against Macron, and their flavour of the Soviet Union. That it is quite funny though, Billy, because I do see that in the mainstream media a lot. They cover these protests that are happening worldwide, and they try to frame it in like a certain particular way. It's just obviously people are just absolutely sick of Clown World, and they're ready to burn it down. That's the thing.
They were burning town halls, and it wasn't just in Paris. It was Marseille, Lille, Bordeaux. It was like balls to the wall. Fuck this shit, And I quite like seeing it. I don't know if it's the answer, but basically, it's good to see the police getting beat up. I always enjoy that.
The thing is, I like I say, I'm not sure if it's the answer either, because if you look at, France have got a history of this kind of stuff, and I've really looked into. Or the wife has actually more than me into really what happened in the French Revolution, and it's painted as one thing in history, but a lot of people that really look into it and see, and if you actually just go into the accounts of what happened, and some of the people that just happened to be rich that were literally like mutilated in the street, really, we're talking about really nasty satanic shit.
Yeah,
we're talking about basically human sacrifice and stuff happening in front of baying mobs.
So the quote unquote elite.
Well, yeah, but what happened is that the aristocracy were basically targeted by the priest class, and they got the peasants to murder them all in the most horrific ways.
Wow!
And then peasants who weren't really qualified enough to look after to run the society, they were put in charge, and then guess what happened? Everything just went to shit. But yeah, I do wonder if there's a repeating narrative that they're trying to sort of foist right now, and this is the ultimate reason, isn't it? Look what they've done this time.
Well, again, if you put police on the streets dressed like that, this has been happening for a while, and they just go around beating people up. It's going to get to a point where people are going to fight back. And then again, problem, reaction, solution.
Sure.
So it's
difficult though, isn't it? Because the natural reaction, like you say, is like when you see one of those stormtroopers getting beaten up by people just wearing jeans, you think, yeah, right, go, give it to them.
Oh, totally.
But we always have to factor in that, that response from us, that was already part of the equation before any of this happened.
Yeah.
Well, the Hegelian dialectic and all that stuff, and we have to raise our consciousness and change individually. That's the only way real change will take place. And just fighting the system, okay, you get Macron away, and then who else is going to come in? The same stuff is going to be there. So unless people really say, we've had enough of these lockdowns and they'll not get away with it, which would be good to see, there has to be a line in the sand somewhere, in the short term we have before Nibiru arrives. But also, you talk about Macron, like Biden and America and stuff, these leaders that get put in place are almost designed to fail. They're failing the country on purpose. Put idiots in charge, and look what. And then China's going to rise up and be the new leader. They don't care about the empire. They move it on. So
yeah, it's just a revolving door of organic portals.
Well, we call say a revolution as well. What is a revolution? It's just going round in a circle. That's part of my sketch of do it down in the woods. We need a tangent point, somewhere to step off from just fighting these battles, because you're fighting the police. Who are the police? They're us as well. They're not fighting Henry Kissinger, are we?
No, we're fighting ourselves.
Yeah, and who are these police as well? The UN Army, all these immigrants coming in. What's their purpose? Look at Ireland's kicking off now. And again, people are fighting with each other, divide and conquer. and we're all distracted from what we should be doing, preparing ourselves spiritually for the cleansing or whatever you want to call it, the Great Reset. They tell us what it is. They just, rely on the fact that we're ignorant of their messages, but they've got a duty to tell us. Like they say, there's a mothership in the sky. Well, maybe they're talking about Nibiru. They say extraterrestrial. Maybe they mean land outside the ice wall. All these kind of things.
Yeah.
So they tell us, but just as coded, isn't it? So you have to pay attention, and not enough people are doing that because they're distracted. They're experts of distraction and mind control.
Well, that's what Clown World is all about. It's sort of like the big shiny franchise of bread and circuses just everywhere you look. You don't have to go to the Colosseum anymore. It's on every
beamed directly into your home.
Directly, soon it will be beamed directly into your mind,
into the brain.
Yeah. On every screen. I've had a couple of conversations in the last couple of weeks about the smartwatch, and people, talking into the smartwatch, and they go, "Why didn't you get a smartwatch?"
Smartwatch.
And I'm just thinking, what, you honestly think I need another screen? Like, there's a really good comedy sketch by this American Asian comedian, Jimmy Chung or something like that. His name is, and he says, we've already got. I sit there all day in front of this screen, and then I pull this screen out of my pocket. Now you're just trying to put an even smaller screen in between this screen and this screen and that screen. It's like how the multiple screens of Clown World.
Some people love that shit.
The glasses will be next, though, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, though. I was quite interested with those glasses, right? Because how long ago did they try to do the Google glasses? It's actually quite a long time ago now. I think we'd all be surprised to find it's probably about 8 or 10 years ago. They tried to bring out those Google glasses, and they had all the technology ready to go. And I remember reading a couple of stories about people getting beaten up in bars for wearing them, because people were literally like, "You're just recording me."
All right, yeah.
And they obviously didn't take off. Those new ones that have just come out now, the Ray-Bans that have got Facebook built in or Instagram, so you can just go like that.
Wow. To be honest, I've always wanted a pair of them because I go to concerts and I get a really sore arm holding a video camera like that. But I thought it would be ideal, again, just to put it on there and watch the gig in peace. But yeah, it's this whole technology, AI and all this stuff, it's getting us further away from our humanity, really. We're dependent on all this stuff. If you look at schools back 150 years ago, their curriculum and that was like far advanced than what most of us are capable now. So are we really evolving, so to speak?
Well, here's the problem. I mean, I've been using the AI art to save a lot of time.
Yeah.
But I can see, for instance, if kids were allowed to be used ChatGPT in school, well, within one semester, there would be no need for them to learn to write anymore.
Right.
Because
how often do students write these days anyway?
Well, there's already papers out. There's a problem where, because
obviously you learn to write when you're like,
yeah, but that's the thing now. The tablet and the keyboard is so prevalent that they're cheap enough for every student.
Like everyone's
to have
got a calculator on their phone, haven't they? Like people really don't need to learn like basic maths. They could just do it,
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though: if this big Nibiru sun thing hits and all technology gets wiped out, like should we have a backup analog thing for money? People talk about the Bradbury pound and just everything should have an analog backup, but we're putting the whole world into digital so that will just get wiped out and then it'll be chaos because there's nothing to run anything.
Well, because they'd have removed you from your true self, which is the physical at the moment. In this dimension, we are a three-dimensional physical meat sack.
Yeah, and I think that's why when I'm making these plans with the Ra Academy for this learning portal, I think it's very important. Like we say, learn about the AI and the technology, because if you don't know about it and you are not able to master it, there's a point in the future where you would be in a situation, not just metaphorically, actually physically, where you'd be chucking a rock at a self-replicating nano robot, a self-repairing machine, right? So don't leave yourself in that point of ignorance, but also we do need to concentrate on the things that do take us back to basics, back into self, into presence, into nature, into the meat suit, and master the meat suit. I think for me and what we're trying to do with the Raw Academy, it's all about the balance.
Because you have to learn how to use Clown World.
Yeah, I mean, and
digitally,
and to harness the technology so it doesn't end up harnessing you.
Yeah,
I think what for me is not to use Clown World, but to revert it back to before Clown World.
Well, because if you look at it like this, if you go back and the last sort of revolution you could say would be the internet and the online world, and having to have your Apple ID or your Google ID to access online services. Now, some people, usually of the older generation, were very late to the party. And you see the way that those people behave when they go online. And I don't mean behaving badly on social media. I mean, they're like babies when they're logging onto things.
And they become vulnerable.
They're writing their passwords down in all the wrong, et cetera, et cetera. They're vulnerable. And those people, guess what? By statistical proof, you could show that the level that they get scammed on the internet is like not just double or triple, it's like to the power of 10 or 20. The people in those age group and then demographics, they are the literal prey of the internet scammers and the predators that are trying to get into your details, into your sort code and account number and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think as we're stepping into this new fourth industrial revolution, it is, like you say, it's important to realise that that stuff is going to get us away from your humanity. But if you don't have any knowledge,
it's coming anyway.
Yeah.
Like there's not, no one's going to.
Well,
stop.
unless you really want to go back to basics and actually just exit and go full Amish
and live like full army. That would be Amish.
Yeah. Actually, just go full Amish. Yeah.
I think you still need the balance, like you said before, Lance. I think it's a very important factor is to know, first and foremost, know your enemy.
Well, here's the thing, right? If all of this stuff, and we had like a Skynet situation, where all of this was automated and run by AI, and these self-governing communities were starting to be cracked down by droids. If these self-governing communities didn't have any knowledge of that nano Schwab technology and AI, they wouldn't be able to build any defences.
Man,
no.
ChatGPT didn't even know about fucking Skynet. I had to school it.
Well, you were teaching ChatGPT.
No, I was like, so what's the deal then? You're going to take over the world and kill humans or what? That's my opening statement to it.
Have you had any interactions with AI, Billy? Have you had to go on ChatGPT, or have you produced any pictures on these little apps?
ChatGPT, but I've got a couple of softwares that you type in one word and it builds you a website. Like type in plumber, then you've got plumbers.
I need that shit in my life.
Yeah.
So that's what the technology should be used for. This is the good of that technology.
I see it as massively as a double-edged sword. It could stop people from exercising their creativity. It could stop them from being creative in the first place. But I think in the hands of the right creator, it could be used to massively expand your creativity as well.
I think so.
Pink Floyd said that with the technology back then. They were criticised for just being. They said, "Well, give it to somebody else then and see what they do with it." So it's a tool. It depends on the person.
Exactly, it's a tool. It's no different to the Stone Age man having a little pick in his in his bag for a stone tool. We've got electronic and digital tools now.
I mean, like the rate I've been able to create images and therefore create visions of what we're trying to do.
Heavy.
No, it is heavy, and hey, some people have turned their nose up at it and they don't like it. Well, not when things change very rapidly, and you try to adapt. There is going to be some broken eggs in that omelette. That metaphysical omelette.
If you had the notion that the AI is like Satan, though, it's like it's going to overtake humanity, and then some people claim that it get to a point where.
Right. Well, I've heard people say it's like using a Ouija board, right? Even with doing this. Okay, so I use Midjourney, which is there's two really big ones for the text to image generator. There's Midjourney or Stable Diffusion.
Oh, there's another one as well. I can't think what it's called.
Now, as far as I know, what it actually does is it takes your command on a whole set of multi-parameters that you need to learn, and then it takes all of the images from the internet and it Schwabs them all together and comes up with something else, but from what's already there. And this is why there are already copyright suits coming up from digital artists, because they can see the likeness of their work in what's being generated by Midjourney. Well, guess what? If you put loads of digital art online.
Well, I'll tell you where it comes from is because, especially with Midjourney, you can put in a style of the Renaissance or style of, I don't know, famous like Renoir or someone, whoever it is, and it'll put it in that style. So yeah, that is a kind of a rip-off of that artist style. However, it's still not.
But the only way that it knows what the text command is by referencing what's already on the internet. That's how it works, because I've looked into it quite a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So, you know, I've been researching AI for years, Billy, and I've heard all of these arguments that put forward that, you know, we could be bringing forth some sort of entity. I've looked into the church that's worshipping the coming AI god. You know, that already exists and stuff. So,
really? Black goo as well. We heard of that.
The black goo thing, yeah, that absolutely intrigues me. I don't really know an awful lot about it, but it appears in a lot of pretty seminal films, and it's like the Red Mercury thing as well.
Well, this is what Godvaz was saying was the Jesus' blood.
Yeah.
You know?
Have you heard of the creator on YouTube?
I'll say his name properly.
Called his. Oh my god!
You
can't say.
No.
We call him Godvaj. It's like, it looks like Goj Vlamast. It's a Flemish word.
God, like Namaste or something.
Yeah.
God gave Lamste.
Yes.
He talks about the moon being.
Yes.
Yeah,
how do you pronounce his name?
I pronounce it as God gave Lamste.
God gave Namste, yeah.
God gave Lamste, but that's just.
We call him Godvaj.
Because we can't say his name.
But I'll tell you a story. He watches this show, mate, and we watch him as well. And we often critique his stuff. Well, we never don't critique. We just admire it. I've asked him to make a special video for people that are attending the event. Right. And this week he emailed me back and he made it. I'm not going to drop it now. You have to come to the event to see it. But what I'm going to say, in this video, he addresses the Rise Above audience, right? And he says for the first time ever his own name. We say Godvaj. And the way he pronounces it, mate, in Flemish,
is unreal.
It's unreal. It's like the forbidden, ineffable, unspeakable word of God. It's fucking mental. I never expected it to sound like this. Big shout out to Godvaj, aka Wim.
God gave Lamste. I was quite close to it.
Yeah.
No, not in reality, but you know.
After the event, I will play it on the show. He's made a special video. It's 3 minutes 30 seconds long, and we're going to put it on the projector on the opening night of the event for everyone. So that's a little special treat. But yeah, hearing him say his own name on camera for the first time ever was like a moment. I was like, oh my god, I think I even dropped my drink on the floor or something. It's one of those moments. Right, let's get back to Clan World. What have we got here? So,
what do you think of this idea that we are living on a globe, except the globe is much bigger?
Bigger, yeah.
The greater,
that's what
Earth.
He says as well, isn't it?
The greater Earth theory, yeah. I've got a lot of time for that, and that for me that kind of explains why, the whole level water thing. Well, if we're in some sort of crater, it's basically like a pond.
In a fish bowl.
Like a pond, yeah. It makes sense.
Well, and also all the multi-maps we've had over the years, from the Hereford map right the way through to the New World map, you know. But I think, well, that all could be bullshit.
Maps of the crater.
Well, the map is not the terrain.
The map is not the terrain. So this week in Clan World, it was a special week because we had the 22nd of March, which is
the Equinox.
Which is 322. The Skull and Bone Society, and here's a little thing from The Simpsons. We know how prophetic they've been.
And it was the Soviet Union's birthday.
Yeah, 3 years of the Soviet Union this week. So it's quite interesting to remember that this all started on the same week as the 322 date. It's almost the day after, wasn't it? When was it?
It was they announced. It was in lockdown on the 23rd.
I think they announced the global status of the Soviet Union actually on the 22nd, the day before. Yeah. Because they had to announce it first, and then the next day...
implement the lockdown.
Yeah, the plan kicked in. So, yeah, it's a big week. It's a big week for the
These
parasite.
guys know it was bullshit. Like, when you're watching Wuhan, did you know this is bullshit on the news and it's coming our way, fucking get ready for some bullshit here, or did you just think it was genuine at that time?
I was snowboarding in Austria and I came back and then all of a sudden there was all this shit about this Chinese.
I'm not going to lie, and this is what I was saying on Atlantic Podcast last night, because I just come back from Asia, and I also had been researching the Chinese Communist Party and they're like in Xinjiang and the concentration camps and all this stuff and so when it first happened, everyone asked me what's going on, what is it, and I said, well, listen.
Mate, I remember your social media was blowing up.
Yeah,
I thought it was just an epic.
it was mental, mate, and it was crazy. I had Manic message me, and I was like, mate, why is everyone going crazy at me? He goes, mate, everyone needs guidance. They're looking to you. I was like, they're looking to me for guidance.
Well, it's
like,
it's a shock, isn't it, to the system?
I thought that there is a potential that it could be a really dangerous like bioweapon. And I was like, okay, listen, guys, I've got to look at this for like 4 or 5 days because they're definitely lying, but I couldn't work out if they were blowing it up or covering up something that could be much worse. Mate, the first time when it first happened, I went to the supermarket wearing a proper mask. Like the one where we do spray painting, like with nothing gets in. And I had I got loads of weapons out on the first day. I started nailing things into the windows and stuff. Because I thought right, this is it. Society's going to collapse. But then I realised, oh no, wait a minute.
But see, people, they should have worn a gas. I was actually considering buying a proper gas mask and wearing it into work. I never wore a
hazmat suit. Yeah.
Well, that at the end of the day, if it was what it says on the tin, that's what everyone should have been doing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it was first in China, in Wuhan, in December.
In December
2019, and then it was first announced in the UK on the 1st of January. I actually remember it was New Year's Day. I remember it.
I was in Thailand at the time, and the thing is, I was travelling all over Thailand and Laos. And Laos is basically like this little vassal state in between Thailand and China, and it's pretty much owned by China. And it's full of Chinese people. And when we came back through, my fiancée at the time, my now wife, she fell very ill, really ill, and she ended up in hospital. And they're going, have you been to Wuhan? Have you been to Wuhan?
You didn't click though, eh?
And I was like, no, but I've been all over Thailand and Laos. I've been in Suvarnabhumi airport where there's thousands of Chinese people. They've been brushing right past me. They could come straight from Wuhan. They weren't interested. Anyway, she had a blood test and it was influenza B.
Well, so they say.
Yeah. Well, this wasn't a PCR test. It was actually a blood test, and I saw it printed out on a piece of paper. That's what it says.
Well, what is influenza? What is that?
And this is a whole nother discussion, isn't it? For another channel.
Yeah, but we've got to be careful.
For another channel.
It's M&M's, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. They're all full of bullshit,
Oh, absolutely. But this was what I'm trying to say is this is before they'd even started sticking things in people's noses. This was on the 15th of January.
Or up their ass.
Or up their ass. Is that the sound when you anally swab someone? No one makes that noise when they've been anally swabbed. Right, so yeah, I mean, I saw this. We were talking about 322. Saw this. Keep an eye out. March 22nd, 23rd to the 1st of May is the Dark Occult Season of Sacrifice.
It's just from Mark Passio.
Is this legit?
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, the
20th.
Season of Sacrifice. I mean, it's really. I think they take it from the Equinox, which was on the 20th.
Oh right, so we started our event on the. We were having our event right in the middle of the Season of Sacrifice.
Fucking right.
Our detractors will love that. Big shout out to Johnny Fogg. He's really coming to the Equinox, bringing his guitar as well. Okay, so I guess we should all be vigilant for psyops and stuff like that going on. Yeah, speaking of that.
Oh, yeah, right, this is quality.
This is quality. I was speaking about this last night on the Atlantic Underground podcast.
You know, some NPCs are gonna love this shit, aren't they? They're gonna fucking love it.
So as soon as I heard about this, on Thursdays I have my mum and my auntie at work. They both should be retired, but they come in once a week. And my dad was there and my brother, and I was like, right, everyone, we all have Android. No one has Apple in my family. I was like, get your phones out, settings, advanced settings, etc. And I walked them through it, and they come to the page, and there are all of these tick boxes. Have you seen about this, Billy?
Oh yeah.
Do you use Android or Apple?
I've got Android.
Yeah. Have you gone through? Have you turned it off?
I've turned it off. Yeah, it took me a bit of time to find it.
Yeah, they don't make it easy, do they?
Yeah, and also every time you update, it's going to put it back on again, and they'll add another little folder somewhere.
So, Clown World Media, or Global Parasite Media, as we call it around here, they're telling us on April 22nd, when this emergency alert system goes off, you will basically have a button on your phone to click yes, I've received it. And apparently, if you don't click that yes button, your phone will no longer work.
For that day, I think it's just for that day. And I think it's April the 23rd, St George's Day.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. I think that's right.
No. Yeah, they said you're going to be locked out of your phone.
Aye.
I reckon that's bullshit, personally.
Personally, I think this is much more subtle. I think, and this is what I was saying last night. I think it's like more like, you know, all of these permissions, and you know, with the apps and stuff. You know, click here to say
Consensual.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think it's going to be something along those lines that, you know, you've basically now agreed to turn your phone into an emergency alert portal going forward, comrade. So, yeah. Emergency alert, this is your government. Wear underpants on your head to prevent climate change. You know they do it. Definitely. But the one on the right here, I think, is much better. Emergency alert. We fucked the economy, massacred your elderly, poisoned you with killer Britney Spears, flooded you with illegal invaders, destroyed your livelihood and your kids' future. You are living under tyranny. This is not a drill. Ooh.
It's more appropriate.
It's a bit loaded, that one.
That's better than Westwood's one, though.
It is much better with Westwood's one.
It's fucking nonce as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pedo Westwood. Right, what's up next?
So, yeah, emergency alert drill. Don't buy it.
I just sent you an image on Facebook Messenger.
Oh, let's have a look. Right, let's get that straight on the screen. Let's see what we've got here. Scaredy Pants mobile alert system UK.gov. Your pants are on fire. Oh, it's like 4 different colours stage. Blue pants or green pants is obviously like optimal.
This is like your credit score.
Go red. The nano
So
device
you're
in your
stuck in
pants.
a
Just
5-minute city. You don't get your full 15 minutes.
This is how they keep you carbon neutral, I think, with combustible nano pants. Brilliant. I like that. Thank you very much, buddy. Okay, let me just move that back over. So, yeah, little pun here. Danger, collapsing bank. So, yeah, just about the banks again. And I like to do these sort of like weird juxtapositions. We've got Ham Smith here. This isn't a meme. That's real. Like this is the way. This is stunning, beautiful, brave, and a model man in Clan World. Clan World man.
Guy's a total dick.
Oh dear, it just makes me wonder what's going to be next.
I know what's going to be next. I've got another image for you.
Go on. I like this. Let's have a look at what we got.
Billy's archive. He's ready to draw.
This is not shooting.
Oh, I need to zoom in to get this one.
This is the meme cycle in effect.
The meme cycle has been re-established. It's over here.
Can you see it all? Probably not.
Yes. Oh, we can see enough. Oh, yeah.
Oh my days.
I think like the actual ham has been just cropped out a little bit there.
It's a full veg.
Yeah, there's a nice little bit of beef tapestry there. Dear oh dear, Ham Smith.
It's the full veg.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're not going to show a full vag live on the screen. Come on, we've got to be semi-family friendly. Right, so this is quite a good meme. I like this.
Everything you need to know about cockroach milk, the protein-packed superfood that some can't wait to get their hands on. Yeah, who the fuck wants to get their hands on that?
I reckon
Honestly,
that image of the child is AI. I'm looking at that face, yeah, and it's about 7 or 8 different kids.
You think that's a Schwab bot?
I think that's
many kids swabbed together?
I don't reckon they would want to get the permission of the real parents to put the child on that sort of advert. I think that's an AI.
Yeah, but that's just I reckon it could just be a stock photo because
it might be stock photo, but I still think it's AI. It looks AI because they've got a certain specific look to them with the AI, like children.
I see what you're saying,
and women in
yeah.
particular as well. There's a certain type of look that the AI creates with the women, and they all look the same.
It was that thing. This person does not exist.com.
Yeah.
Oh right. Do you know what's really? Do you know about this, Billy? It's called GAN Technology, and it was a website called This Person Doesn't Exist. And you go on it and you press a button and it creates a photo of a person using AI.
I'm aware of such technology that does that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very famous website.
Memes that showcase things from that, yeah.
Yeah, no, a couple of researchers have been talking about it for a long time. And just before that recent happening where that woman went missing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That, that website went on offline the day that happened.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because we looked it up, didn't we?
Yeah, because everyone was going to because people were looking at that photo that kept
Thinking
getting
there
shown
was
of the
something
woman,
weird about it.
and they kept going to the website to see if they could like cross-reference some sort of like archetypal look, and the website was basically just offline, and it'd been there for years.
Well, I have been stockaded an archetype of these because I'm very interested in this because it shows limitation of creativity. You know, that's what I think about the AI. If it can only create what we're telling it to, then it has no autonomy, which means it can't rule us.
Yeah, because there is the argument that these algorithms that are in use are just very sophisticated algorithms, and when we have this sort of fear of AI, that it's some sort of sentient thing. Well, we could be talking about.
It still has to be programmed.
Yeah.
At the start, I mean, you forwarded the group that image, the article about AI giving birth to AI or something.
Oh yeah. I'm sure. Like, have you got that in the slot?
Was that the nano?
Yeah,
Schwab,
nano Schwab.
Let me find that.
It looks a bit like Crater Earth as well.
Yeah, I think I did. I hope I did. Yes, there it is. Okay, yeah. So this is something that Omar brought to the table. Let's have a look at this.
No. I ain't taken them out. This is Annie PG.
No,
you found this one. AI designed xenobots. Oh my god, this even sounds
Xenobot was xenomorphs from Aliens.
Sounds like a really good movie already. Reveal entirely new form of biological self-replication, promising for regenerative medicine. Oh wow! So you can pump AI designed xenobots inside you, and they will regenerate you from the inside out.
Transhumanization in effect.
To persist, life must reproduce. I swear I watched a movie on Netflix about this the other night, where they produced loads of like intelligent nano organisms to try
nanocarbons. This is Michio Kaku's little dream.
To try and climb, like to combat the scarcity of life on Earth, because everything's dying apparently.
Yeah.
Well, they created this new form of life, and that really fucked everything, like super bad. But now there was this new like sort of like biotechnology and stuff. I think it's called Vespa. It was quite weird. Maybe somebody's seen it on Netflix.
University in America are doing stuff around this as well.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong when you put what could possibly go wrong, guys? AI designed xenobots. Let's see what else they do. Okay, so the Institute for Biology Inspired Engineering, Harvard University, have discovered an entirely new form of biological reproduction. So these bots can create themselves and reproduce inside you. Brilliant. The first ever self-replicating living robots. The term xenobots assembled from frog cells. Wow. So they're literally putting reptilian self-replicating nano schwabbery.
And I believe they're actually looking at using like inkjet printers, believe it or not.
Oh, what? 3D printed AI nanobots.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
This is where Clemson University comes in. They've already done it with the HARP, with a 3D printed HARP, but not with this stuff. But they will be doing it with this stuff, I imagine, soon as well.
How can we press a button to make this happen faster? Let's get more of these. Let's start injecting them into people straight away.
Start with Matt Dazlan.
I've got a feeling that all this stuff. Oh yeah, this is coming out soon. This might have already happened.
Oh yeah, no, I think it already has.
I think it's already happened.
It's on a cycle.
Go up there, press view, so it looks a little bit nicer. View.
Master Jenny.
Yeah, we haven't had any Master Jenny for a while. You can go to reading view there. Can't see a shabby swab show like that. Where do we get to? It's nice.
Well, we skipped forward, didn't we?
We did skip forward. It's nice to dip into this clown.
Oh yeah, we're on cockroach milk. That's right.
About to cockroach milk.
And this AI baby.
How do you milk a cockroach? Surely they just crush it. They'll just blend it into a cream. What are you saying? Would you have cockroach milk on your cornflakes, Billy?
I thought milk only came from mammals. So,
yeah,
cockroach milk.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Do cockroaches have breasts and suckle little cockroaches?
Reptiles have milk as well, don't they?
I don't know.
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh yeah, we did Sam Smith, Schwab Smith. I also got a Cambridgeshire Council plan to chop down orchard of 500 mature trees to make way for green bus lane. That is clown world.
That is pure clown world. Let's chop down hundreds of trees.
Was it not in Plymouth this week that had lots of trees chopped down?
Yeah.
Obviously for 5G because it can't travel through trees very well.
Yeah, so it's not just happening in Plymouth, it's happening in Cambridgeshire. I bet if people went on a little Google right now, you could probably find a handful of other places up and down the country. This happened likely over the same weekend, you know, because these contracts are all usually fulfilled, you know, all at once. Go and install this.
So this must be, like, for them to do this, like to chop all this shit down, it must be pretty important to them. So this must be the infrastructure of the...
Clan World.
Yeah, Clan World.
The new clan poles. You know, and the transmitters for the clan frequency.
Yeah.
It won't go through trees.
No.
So because we have, and obviously in Clan World, the main impetus and the main push forward is green, and saving the climate. And those trees were just in the way.
Yeah, for sure.
They're in the way of a bus lane. If we needed to put an electric bus where those trees were. And because this electric bus is carbon neutral, comrades, right? It gets better and better. So we have to get rid of these trees, these hundreds of, like, look at those trees. I bet it wasn't those trees in the photo, but like we'll get rid of the trees which are naturally like
cleaning the air.
Yeah,
like, you know.
the original carbon filtering device of the realm. We'll get rid of those because we need to build an extra electric bus lane to get peasants from the one side of the 15-minute city to the other.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you seen what they're doing in I think they've done it in China as well. So on the very top of the buildings, they've got these filtration gardens because they've cut all the trees down to build the buildings, to have those little filtration gardens at the top of them.
So basically, the gardens are like at the top of the building, so they're sort of like
scrubbers.
they're locked away.
Yeah, well, no, they're out in the open air at the very top of the building. They're like, imagine a comb, but a 3-dimensionally long one. You know, so like lines. So you've got like
a 3-dimensional comb.
Well, you know, like if you imagine to stretch it out, I realise a comb's 3-dimensional anyway. You know what I mean? But like if it was long, each one of those little stacks is full of like plant life. And what it does, I think it's actually algae and moss. And as the air passes through it, it goes black, dies, and then regenerates.
That sounds pretty good.
No, it is a good thing, yeah.
Oh right, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about some clan invention. That actually sounds like quite good.
But for them to build that thing, they had to knock down a whole park full of trees.
Oh right, okay. That's where the Clan World narrative comes in. They had to cut down a park full of trees to build a building.
The technology is it's not even technology; it's nature doing what it does. But it's a good idea. It was actually a man who was going to China all the time, to Hong Kong, I should say, sorry, and he was getting sick every time he went there and come back. But he'd have to go there for business, and in the end, he got fed up of it, and he knew why he was better here. That's because of it's because of the plant life. And in Hong Kong, there's pretty much nothing apart from buildings.
Artist liaison officer says clean air zones. Stage 1, remove trees. Stage 2, charge people to travel through. Stage 3, ban people from travelling to or from a zone to save the trees. That is the proper logic of Clan Gender 2030.
Once they've got everyone out, well, in England and I think in America they've done this as well. You've got the Rural Residency Act, yeah, which is slowly being pushed. So everyone's being pushed into these super cities. Right. So by probably 2050, I imagine in this country, like most people won't be allowed to live in the countryside anymore. So you can go and pay to visit to look at a dog or something.
Well, I think we would.
You can pay to visit to look at a dog.
No, you go to like a dog cafe. We were saying about this the other day, and the way that I look at it, I think it's more like the outside world will be off limits for those who have accepted the Clan World ID. Yeah. I seriously believe that if you have just not accepted to live in Clan World, like the physical, actual confines of one of these places that they're building right now. And you can actually survive without it, then its rules probably won't apply to you. We'll probably be able to just do what we want. But if you live in Clan World, you'll have to get a permit.
It's a crossover between Demolition Man, the guys who live underneath the floor, and the Black Mirror episode where Matey's on the bike watching his missus getting.
Absolutely, yeah. I think so.
It's the crossover. It's horrible.
Yeah. I'm quite looking forward to that Mad Max world. I think.
Yeah, I quite like it. I can live in that world, man. That's good.
Mm.
I know I can survive in that world.
Absolutely. I build my own Thunderdome.
Halfway through.
So, Billy
clownery here.
Billy Watson, weak men create hard times. Are we seeing a great example of it right now?
Well, that's what they say, isn't it? I don't know. That theory does make sense, that kind of cycle they talk about, you know. But to me, it's end times, isn't it? It's like, just pick a side. and as you say, the ones inside the prison, they're locked there. They've made the choice, and we're choosing the natural world and nature and that. So we have to step up to that. Well, that's why I need to learn to fish and stuff. That's why I need to come down to Dorset.
Maybe we should be thankful of people like this man here sat on the plane for his sacrifice, because he's chosen to live in clan world. We can see that he's providing the example of what we don't want to be.
Yeah.
And it's given us more catalyst and more
You've got
impetus.
a basis to work from.
Well, it's just setting the ultimate anti-example. Fucking hell, I don't
How
wanna be
can
here.
this dude breathe? Look at this fucking shit.
I've got a thought process, right? So say, for example, we are on this multiverse string theory approach to our existence, right?
Yeah.
And then we've got the simulacrum theory backing alongside of that. So these guys are moving forwards into the next level, which will be maybe the projection or the digitalized image. So they get uploaded to the metaverse.
The betaverse.
The betaverse, yeah. And then the omegaverse. And then we're the ones who are the reset for the next generation. So we become like the tribal elders from the, you know what I mean?
Ramesh
The
elders.
Ramesh elders, exactly.
Yeah.
For example, like that, that is that would be the cycle complete of the Pringle, because you have one side going forward into the digital revolution, one side to reset for the next
digital Pringle,
different crops,
digital Pringleization, actually.
But that obviously has been their plan, is to weaken men and feminize men and stuff like that. You know, men these days, they don't stand up. What's happened to trade unions and that kind of stuff at the basic working man level?
Yeah.
It's not that element of united and we've got a right, you know, just bend over and take up the ass for anything.
Well, now all the trade unions are infected with all the rainbow brigade and the wokeness, and they're basically doing the bidding of the the billionaire dark occultist class.
If you look at it like this, right, say for example that they want everyone to go into the metaverse or to this online simulation, the simulacrum, yeah. You can't have a sex there because you can't have any kids. So then why not just demasculate the man? And like upmasculate the woman a little bit, so there's a little bit of more of a similarity between the two. So then you've got.
Well, it's more of a blank canvas.
Yeah, exactly. There's no desire to have a child, then, is there? Because you don't need one. You're not thirsting.
At Agenda 2030 presentation, 2033 presentation, we presented what the end goal is for Clown World.
Yeah, like
they want to turn you into a digital like cross between Predator and Alien.
Yeah, I should save some of those slides. But yeah, it is certainly like a planned disassociation with the meat suit, whether it is the masculinity or the femininity, because the attacks are on both sides, I think. So I think we were talking about this last week.
Mate, everyone's under attack. Male, female, children. They have to have all of it. Literally, it's coming at all angles from the Soviet Union.
Even the people that work directly for the Soviet Union carrying out their agenda, they're more under attack than anyone.
Yeah, mate,
because they're fulfilling they're doing all the things to themselves. You know, we were saying, Billy, the other week, how it's quite surprising that throughout all of this, so many of them who were pushing it's happened to them. They've either got Pfizer face, or you know they've retired, or they can't talk anymore, or whatever.
Oh, Justin.
Leave Justin alone. Ignorant. But I think it's
the best one was that comedian, the female comedian on stage.
I bet you laughed at that when that happened, didn't you? But the thing is, people say, "Oh, you heartless bastards," but you've got to remember, it is poetic justice, because these people are the ambassadors, the spokespeople, and the salesmen of Clown World, and they were telling everyone to take part in the ritual,
promoting it,
in the self-sacrifice ceremony.
Here's the thing, Piers Morgan. Do you think he took a genuine vax because he believed in that much? Obviously, Boris, he got COVID and etc. But
be careful with that C word.
Yeah, no, actually, he wasn't. I don't believe he had the
Press the
Britney
button.
I don't think he was Britneyed in that moment. I think they gave him the.
Well, let's look at it this way. Who are the most high level cases of actual noticeable adverse?
Well, is it Trump?
No, I'm talking about
Pfizer face.
We've had 2 minutes. We've had 2 COVID ministers, one in Australia, New Zealand, one in Canada. Theresa Tam.
That's right. Yeah.
Allegedly, but that other guy has definitely got Pfizer face. The one in New Zealand.
Yeah, his face dropped.
So
the Australian guy. What you mean?
Yeah, New South Wales.
Oh yeah, New South Wales.
So maybe that is Australia.
Yeah,
it is. So
Well-
if people that level are getting it and they didn't get the memo, then who? Mate, the fucking sister of the king of Thailand.
I was going to say that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I suggested this. Is that a warring faction from the Soviet Union?
I think it's more like, unless you literally are mates directly with Lord Schwab, you didn't get the memo. Who knows?
God, I tell you what, there's a lot of discourse online saying that the boss of Pfizer.
Careful what we're saying here. Let's use more codes, please.
Yeah. That he may have attended the Britney and.
He's been to the concert. He went to his own concert.
Now
He's basically like the Quincy Jones of Britney Spears, isn't
apparently
he?
he's starting to doubt it, and also his face is looking like it might be slightly sliding a little bit. But
He's got his own dessert all over his own face.
That could be a clever bit of manipulation by the artistic.
CGI Pfizer face.
There's a couple of them where he looks proper mongoloid. You know what I mean?
What about Fauci? Somebody said that he had a reaction. I don't know.
The reaction he's got is just complete bullshit that comes out of his mouth all the time.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He's a little rat,
if
isn't he,
no one
Fauci?
got the memo, Billy. If this thing is as bad as I think it is, where this is really something of like a religious right for the Soviet Union that you have to take the Jews. That if even like Albert Bourla or whatever his name is, the Bourla of the the Pfizer guy, if they took it, it's like that means
They drank the Kool-Aid.
They believed in their own Kool-Aid. Maybe I think it's true. I think it's likely.
Well, the whole people are in the universities. The further down that path you go, the more you believe in the bullshit, because that's what you get fed. You don't get the alternative stuff at all. So maybe they are that far up their own arse. It's hard to believe because obviously he's a Jesuit and he's probably serving the whole game, the pharmaceutical industry. But again, you can only hope.
Well, yeah, but I think that if what you say is true, which it certainly is, that he is like a knight of the realm, maybe part of the terms and conditions of those positions are that you have to go through with it. This is a ritual. This is ceremony.
It's important to them.
It's important to them,
rite of
even if they
passage.
realise that that you might not survive that David Icke protein coursing through. Like it might be the end of you. I think that they must have realised. But the fact is, I believe in my opinion that they probably had to take it as part of their membership.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Of the union. What you think you're one of our
Maybe
top
they
guys.
wanted to. Maybe they want like changing their DNA into some,
Hey, some of the crazy things that people that we've said about it on this show and other people have said, that if it is part of this fourth industrial
they'll probably
revolution
be smoking
upgrade,
it at Bohemian Grove this fucking summertime.
then maybe if you take it and you survive, that is that's like a rite of passage. It's like you've been accepted into the fourth industrial revolution.
Yeah, maybe that's the whole thing about becoming part of AI as well. Who knows all those nanotechnology and
Yeah, you're becoming connected to the
Aye.
to AIX.
yeah.
I still think there's a lot of assessment. This is an assessment period. Who's a cuck? Who's obedient? Who's strong? But who's still going to follow us? And who's going to stand against us?
So I just got the full length Ham Smith. I had to
This is
show
a
it.
holographic construct.
That's a holographic meat construct right there. Dear oh dear. Sorry, that was a bit late. Yeah, who knows? But to me, I think it's safe to say that they didn't get the memo. No one did.
Well, so lots of football players apparently were aware to it and didn't take it, but obviously a few did. Like eqRAno probably he went down and
Loads are dropping.
I know for a fact that what was going on in the Premier League, because I'm connected with professional sports, and I have a person, right? And I know, and I can't obviously say too much, but I know for a fact that in the Premier League there was a huge push in August 2021 to get them all on the second Britney Spears concert.
Because they're role models.
Well, it's because they weren't up to
Whilst they're bending the knee and doing all that,
what you're saying is true, but it was actually a push because of like expiry dates past the first one. Because I think that after the first one, many of the footballers had started to notice something.
the graphene reaction.
You've got to think, well, they're so fit, they're running around, the blood's pumping around like a million times faster than my blood. They're going to get hurt a lot quicker.
Yeah, and he told me that there was an active, huge cover-up going on, and he said literally that people in the big football clubs were taking backhanders directly from pharmaceutical reps.
That's awesome.
To be quiet about what was happening on the pitch with the coinciditis and stuff like that.
Clown world.
Yeah. Imagine that, though. How much money must have they been getting when their assets that are worth how much are keeling over?
I mean, you'd think you wanted to keep them fit to keep the illusion there's nothing happening, just let the public die again, because then you don't need to announce them. But if there's players falling down, it's a lot more obvious, isn't it? But maybe again, that's part of the mockery, you know?
Yeah, I think so.
George Clooney's got Bell's palsy.
Tone Loke knows. But maybe, yeah. So, yeah, boosted. I think this is quite a good meme here. Let's just have a look, just appreciate that one. I know we've already had it on the screen. That's from Keith Messerschmidt. Good old 33 popped up again this week. I can't remember who sent me this one. The ancient origins of some new ancient Egyptian person.
I think last week we had Santa Claus's tomb.
Yeah. That was 3,300 years old as well. So someone connected to Nefertiti, Queen Nefertiti, 3,300-year-old tomb. Obviously anything with 33 and people just send to me all the time. This pops up. We know it's the 3rd anniversary of the Soviet Union. This was posted this week in 2021. Great work from Auntie Koviet. We remixed one of the NHS fear propaganda posters. Stay at home. Help us to save brains. Anyone can watch it. Anyone can spread its message. Rise above. Fridays at 9 p.m. Love that. Speaking, it's good, wasn't it?
No. I'm looking.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at which celebrities have we had Pfizer face, right? Right.
How many?
Quite a few, right? Yeah, I'll read you 5. George Clooney.
What?
Yeah. Pierce Brosnan. Katie Holmes.
Holy shit.
Angelina Jolie. Wait, right, and then this one I think jumped on a bandwagon because he can't fucking speak anyway. Sylvester Stallone.
I think he already had Pfizer face before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He had like historical Pfizer face, I think.
Angelina Jolie had it, man. I thought she was Tomb Raider. Come on, girl.
So, Pfizer face, and the other major symptom of joining the Soviet Union is, of course, deadly coinciditis.
It can strike at any time.
Well, the pandemic of coinciditis is obviously still raging its way through the professional sports world. We've got another retirement here because of heart conditions.
Remember, I've told you guys many times.
And right, this one on the right here is particularly bad. We missed half the photo at the bottom, but it's a schools moving tribute as 5 children pass away within 6 months. What you can't see from this photo is the age of the kids. They're all about 6 or 7 years old, and they've all got special needs or autism. And if we remember, in the early days of the Soviet Union,
they were going after.
Remember who was targeted first? Yeah,
it was,
all the
quote unquote vulnerable
women and children.
Yeah, well, especially those with special needs, or with mental disabilities per se. We know this for a fact because they told us on the TV.
No, we had a caller as well.
And we had direct information, from someone that was actually tried to get roped into it, to be a buddy or an ambassador for these people with learning difficulties.
To take them to the Schwab Centre.
To hold their hand and take them there.
Yeah.
Well, and also to manipulate them.
Yeah. Very dark, very sinister, but that's exactly what we expect.
Well, when the whole started wearing the masks, I took my son out of the school and I was emailing them, interviews with me, we were interviewing Don Lester, David Parker, and various other stuff. I kept doing it. They were sending messages out about the bullshit. I kept replying with links telling them you're talking bullshit. Then they threatened to get the school police guy onto me. So,
wow.
That's what they did. In fact, I believe Magic's had troubles with this as well, didn't he? He was the only way he stood up for himself in his town. And I believe he got a little bit of slack, and then I think a few other people started to stand behind him. But
excellent.
Oh yeah. The next one, Lance, bring that one on because this is Clown World.
This was my favourite of the whole week. This was the best one.
Okay, go for it. Canadian Cancer Society recommends cervical cancer screening for men who identify as women.
Priceless Clown World.
This is definitely. Oh, what, you need to have the hee so you can scratch it. I think this is possible. This
is Ultimate Clown World.
Oh yeah, I just remembered that no one has claimed the T-shirt from last week still. But who had the best Clown World headline? Because it was what was it? Oh shit, we'll have to watch back and remember.
Yeah, I can't remember.
But I'm saying if this
you did say for them to message you.
Yeah, they have to email me because I don't know. I can't remember who sent it in. If we saw this one last week, I have a feeling this would have won.
Yeah, 100%. This is like ultimate retardation.
So let's unpack this. The Canadian Cancer Society, which we can assume is the first and foremost sort of like base of knowledge for cancer research in Canada.
And we know Canada's fully in with the Soviet Union.
They are pro-Soviets through and through, right? So they're recommending a cervical cancer screening for men who identify as women. They're not even saying trans. Oh, they say, okay, as trans women. So they know that the person they're screening doesn't have a cervix. They know that by definition.
Sure.
Because they're saying they identify as women.
It's a fucking waste of time.
So not only are they wasting time and money, I would assume that this screening could use like radio technology or something like that, or some sort of scan. Doesn't that give people cancer? So basically, think about this, right? You're scanning a load of men in their groin with radio technology
to fry their bollocks.
Yeah,
basically,
to finish off the job.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's sort of like it's a bit like the Tavistock Clinic.
Got a great comment here from Jolly Fog. Putin causes climate change.
Absolutely. I think it's worth more. Putin definitely does cause climate change. That was the headline from last week. Hillary Clinton says that Ukraine shows women and children are more susceptible to climate change.
That's right. Yeah. That was the winner.
That was the winner. So if anybody's watching this week and you sent it to me, that was the one that won. Okay.
So imagine being a time traveller, going back to 1900 and telling everyone that one day Roseanne Barr will be better looking
Not
than
1900, 1990.
Sorry, 1990.
Roseanne Barr.
So Roseanne Barr, she was in the American sitcom. Wasn't she?
Roseanne,
she was fucking huge.
She was. You wouldn't have ever thought that 20 or 30 years later, in fact, 30 years later, she would look like that.
And look at the fucking state of this on the right. I mean, what is that? What is that?
Look at that comment from We Ain't Having It. It's saying, but what if the man did screen positive for cervical cancer? They probably would after they've been shot with the big radiation cervical cancer gun.
Are they going to now get like the opposite way around? Like women who have
they'll get
charged
tested
the other way for testicular cancer.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Are you some sort of bigot?
That's what will be next. You heard it here first at Rise Above.
Nothing would surprise me anymore.
So I think this is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen Madonna, the latest footage of Madonna, Billy?
Do you know this part?
Oh, well, there's been a couple recently. She was crawling across the floor, licking. Oh, yeah, when she was simulating a blowjob the other day. Yeah.
Hi. It's from her arse.
Like was she sucking off an Oscar or something like that? Oh my God.
No, just she was like giving us false blowjob, like licking it, obviously, and then it was on Jimmy Kimmel, I think, the other night there. And you look at Madonna now, you wonder, is that a clone or something like that? Is it the same fucking person?
This resembles nothing. Like it's not even a.
Would that make it bigger? Get rid of the chat. Let's have a proper look at
Looks
that.
Fucking hideous.
Every time I see it, she's resembling more a Zeta Reticulum.
She's like an alien grey.
Grey alien, Zeta Reticulum. Well, we've been looking into the demonology and Crowley and the link between are UFOs demons. Maybe she's just slowly transforming into a true form.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been totally taken over. So she's like a demonic entity inside her. Like she's fucking lost it.
Yeah, I would.
Did you see Roseanne Barr's comedy clips that she done recently? Some stand up. It was quite good. Like she just talked simple terms. It wasn't like great comedy. It was just like these people that took the fucking,
Oh no, I have seen that.
Aye.
And she was just sort of like telling the truth.
Aye.
There weren't really any jokes in there. She's just like, what the fuck? I can't believe everyone did that. What a bunch of dicks.
Exactly.
and she got a few. Ooh, But you could tell, like, even the people that she was obviously talking about that were in the audience, they sort of had to agree with her.
Well, you can't not disagree, can you? Like it's all there.
No, and I think I've got a feeling that's the kind of comedy we are going to be having a lot of at eqRAnox. From probably like Billy yourself, just a lot of truth telling. I know Kyle Greaves. We listened to some of his jokes earlier on, and he was saying nothing but the truth. But my god, I was absolutely pissing myself. Diego Tequila as well. So yeah, it's going to be fun. We've got 3 stand-up comedians. Let's have a look at this one. What's this? Is this the
This
new?
is great, mate. This is highly innovative.
Is this a tiny house?
£50 a month. I'd pay £50 a month to live in a skip
That's
in London.
£50 a month.
Good rent.
That's £12.50 a week.
Yeah,
Not
pretty
bad.
good.
Not bad.
See, skip communities. Well, this is your Schwab pod, isn't it? In your Schwab
I once
city.
paid £50 a week to live in someone's ensuite bathroom. I'm not joking. It was big.
I'm sure you're
I
not.
put a thing over the bath, which became the bed. The toilet was by the window down at the end, so I had like a curtain in front of that, so I had a sink and toilet at the end.
How long were you at this dwelling?
A year.
A year, wow.
But I lived in someone's ensuite bathroom,
Nice,
so I had
mate.
to go through someone's bedroom to get out to the rest of the house.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's when I was a student. Cheap though in London, £50 a week it was.
Yeah.
Not
to get indoctrinated.
Yeah. That's what I was living there for cheap when I was getting indoctrinated at uni. That cost £10,000 a year.
Here's our man, Lord Potato Head.
This one's been made by Auntie Koviet. So we reignited the meme chain last week. We managed to get a few pumps out.
Yeah.
Nice. He's holding the.
He's looked better.
I think he has looked better. But he's holding the old jewel of the Soviet Union in his little grubby sausage fingers there.
Got a live meme here, come just in from Johnny
shit.
Fogg.
Nice one. Big up Johnny Fogg. Let's have a look.
Bring that up, it's on the email.
We love a. Oh, it's on email, is it? Yeah. Let's have a look. We love a live meme. Oh wow. Let's have a look at this.
Simple but effective.
Okay. So we have a diagnosis. Stop right there. It's Mum. Okay, Mum, you have testicular cancer. Oh my god. Yes, this is proper rise above. That's what I love. How long ago were we talking about this? About 3.3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Very quick, Johnny Fogg. I like that. To be fair, some of these memeticians have probably got a lot of templates ready to go. I know these guys.
Got an archive just ready to send in.
These guys are organised, and that's what we like. Remember, if you like to make memes, then you need to send them to us. I will be your meme guru. I'll make you famous if your memes are good. You can send it to riseabovelive@gmail.com.
Elon Musk loves our memes.
Elon Musk. Did you know this, Billy?
Robo Musk.
We had a meme made by one of our guys, and it was a profile picture, and it said, "I support the current thing," and it was like the NPC face with the rainbow. You may have seen it. It got shared by Elon Musk,
Right.
Russell Brand, JP Sears, and it's actually got onto the official meme archive. We haven't got any recognition whatsoever, and they even snips out our little Rise Above flag in the corner, bastards. But yeah, it's undisputable. Everyone saw it here first. It was probably our greatest achievement.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
You know the one. It's the little grey face, and he's waving the flag, saying "I support the current thing." It's like a little rainbow flag. So yeah, we've got Boris here. Right, let's talk about.
He's definitely looked better.
This pandemic has been hard on all of us, Boris Johnson. What do you think, Billy, about this Partygate thing? Because everyone, all the normies, Boris, bastard, he's got a hang for lying.
He was doing everyone a favour.
Well, Matt Hancock in the Jungle admitted there were just guidelines, and there was a video of him the other day wearing his mask, walking into Downing Street and then taking it off. So they knew it was all bullshit.
I mean, we saw shit like that back in 2020, didn't we? Like these politicians and whoever.
They got caught. They were getting caught red-handed straight away.
All the time.
So
I think what I'm getting at is, imagine a scenario where, and I'm not picking sides here, where Keir Starmer and his lot were in charge, who were pretending to be full believers of the Soviet pillars of unity, and they're obviously now attacking Boris for not following the rules. But would it have been better if we had a leader that fully believed the rules?
Like, look at Trudeau in Canada. He fucked it, didn't he? He went proper
full Nazi.
Yeah, full COVID union.
I think every leader just goes as far as they can in the country.
Mate, they were enjoying it. If you watch them speak, like Matt Hancock, he was enjoying it. Being the centre of attention. Doing that. Chris Whitty, not so much, but definitely people like Matt Hancock, Trudeau, Macron, all of these fucking
Matt Hancock
loonies.
laughing as he was getting out. Was it Dupper's delight, you know?
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, he was having a great time up there.
Aye. And there's coining it in the meantime.
Knowing it's fully bullshit.
Well, he's making money in the back of it, obviously.
Of course he is, mate. That's what, they all got the memo.
Yeah, these guys. I think if anyone got the memo, these guys did, because all of those contracts for the bullshit PPE and the 36 billion to Serco, it was just a massive money laundering operation. They know what's going to happen to the world economy, so it's the last big pump and dump, right?
I bet they all invested in Zoom.
Oh yeah, you bet they did. I bet they all had massive shares in Uber Eats and Deliveroo.
Yeah.
Thinking about it now, if I thought about this a little bit more, I could have been a bit clever and made some really good investments.
Yeah, we all could, mate. We all could.
And we all knew that we all
hand sanitizing company.
But yeah, I will.
How much of that toxic shit was pumped out all over the fucking globe?
The hand satanizer.
That was all over Europe, all over the States, everywhere, mate. Everyone was.
Yeah, but I don't want to invest in hand satanizer. Do you know what I mean? That's you don't want to invest in that. But
I've had a few interesting discussions with grannies at the opening of Tesco's over hand sanitizer. Can look in the face when you say, that stuff is going into your bloodstream and it makes you toxic, and that's what causes the flu. And then look at you, and then just like, I'm wasting my time here, but I've tried.
Yeah, they don't really want to know about the microbiome or anything like that, or how the skin is one of the major organs, and you're basically putting some sort of like
your skin's porous, isn't it? So anything that you put on it is going to absorb.
Organ, and you go in the shower every day, and I distill the water to drink it, but still it's going into your skin through the shower and stuff. So again, what's in the water, when they distill it and you see what's in the bottom of the distiller, it's not very pleasant. It's all heavy metals and stuff,
Oh mate, we're all ingesting smart dusts and Schwab dust, all of it.
Yeah,
the nanotech. Yep. It's in the water. It's everything.
So, I mean,
fuck knows what they're spraying in the air. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what's actually being pumped out.
Something really horrible. Speaking of things that are really horrible, I think this is possibly. No, I think this is possibly the last story in my little clown show tonight.
Really?
I came across this. Yeah, well, we've already gone past midnight. We're going to have some more music from you in a minute. So, man filmed himself castrating other men so they could appear on his eunuch maker website as secret society face trial. Now, this actually came out on the 22nd of March 2023. So this came out on Skull and Bones Day.
This is 322.
This jumps out at me as being something more than it's described on the tin. So this guy called Gustavsson, Norway-born, is accused of being the heart of a wide-ranging conspiracy involving up to 29 offences of extreme body modification, the removal of body parts, the trade in body parts, and the uploading of videos.
The trading of body parts.
The group allegedly brought in some £200,000 in income for their extreme actions. Gustavsson is charged with conspiracies to cause grievous bodily harm with intent between January 1st, 2016. Removing a man's penis, the clamping of another man's testicles, freezing of a man's leg which required amputation. It sounds like they were harvesting people's body parts.
For sure.
To order.
He himself had his own leg, penis and nipple removed and appeared in a wheelchair. Oh, right, okay, so it sounds like, okay.
He hasn't been involved in that particular... always.
Well, think about it. If you were in the business of harvesting people's body parts, then if you had like one of these extreme body modification cults, you could control them and just convince loads of people to give their body parts away.
That's really fucked up, man.
That is really fucked up. I thought we'd end on something nice.
Have you heard of the Genesis Peorage?
What? No.
There's a guy called Genesis Peorage. He formed something called Psychic TV, and he was the guy who's kind of quite behind KLF and the leaders of the rave culture. He was in his later years with his partners, they were swapping body parts, trying to become male and female androgynous. He kind of died doing it. But he's an interesting character.
Yeah, I've seen various things about people doing this over the years. There's this guy on one program who was slowly chiseling off his limbs, just piece by piece himself, because he was obsessed with making his silhouette or his shadow smaller. So every time he cast a silhouette, there was less of it.
That is fucking weird.
Yeah, I read something. There was another man who was eating himself. He was frying like fillet parts of his body.
So this guy, he has his own.
Like going like full Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah. Ribbons and everything.
Like setting the table nicely and fine china and shit.
Being a self-consumer. Gustavusson appeared alongside Peter Waite, 65, from Croydon, who is charged with conspiracy to cause GBH with intent. 29 incidents. Gretna Green, Scotland, is said to have been involved in 2 incidents. Right. I'm just looking here for any other weird details. Okay, so
I think we've reached weird.
But yeah, they are said to be part of a secret society where men voluntarily remove genitalia and body parts. This is thought to be linked to a nullo subculture. Wow. Short for genital nullification. So there's a subculture called nullo where you nullify your own genitalia in some sort of like secret society or cult.
So
I wonder where all the genitalia is going to once it's been nullified.
It said earlier, didn't they? Swapping. So he's been done for swapping body parts, trading body parts.
Yeah, trading.
That's what they're using like fucking penises as a fucking currency.
It's neutering him, isn't it, really?
Well, his website was called Eunuch Maker. But what I'm trying to suggest is, if there is this like subculture called nullo, where there's these weird 60-year-old men, or whoever that are cutting off their own genitals
voluntarily,
I can guarantee that there is someone making benefit of this, and it seems that there's a secret society of people trading in their body parts. So Clown World never fails to amaze us.
Probably people may be eating it. Cannibalism was canon, the Canaan line in Baal.
Yeah, Cain and Bao. Yes, yeah, I've heard of that before. Yeah, very salient.
I used to do a comedy bit because I watched this documentary on ITV or something where S&M guys the masochism were use a cheese grater on their bell end.
Stop!
That's ultimate survival. That is.
What do they do with the shredded cockpits? You can.
Oh yeah, we've got a bell end cheese grater workshop at eqRAnox next week. Yeah, ultimate survival technique.
You've got a pre-book.
Yeah, pre-book.
That'll be a busy one.
Yeah, we've got to get enough instructors
you
in.
You can actually only do it once though, because
it's a one-try workshop. Please stop. I'm glad it's after midnight. All right, so I think on that note,
yeah, I think that's enough.
No,
yeah, that is enough.
I actually got a question. I've got a question.
Oh, we got to say who won the competition?
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
Yeah, and we've also got to open up the questions for Billy as well for the thing while I'm getting ready and shit.
Okay.
Now, also, I wanted to know, right? So, do you live in a rural area or is it quite built up, Billy?
It's quite rural. It's a small village.
Yeah, and how are the locals? Are they all going to the Britney dance or are they?
So I was the only one. Me and my partner, only one in the local town, basically, no wearing a mask. And
wow.
Actually, there's a whole story. I lost my job through fighting this and trying to make up the work, and it's a long story. That's
a sad story. The thing is, it's like in where my older brother lives. They basically what they did is that they all ganged together and like, nah, fuck you, school. We're not shutting. The whole village went on shut down themselves, and none of them went to a Britney concert. In fact, they stood there strong, and no one in the council could do anything about it.
Well done.
It wasn't just that. It seemed to bunny hop to the next village and the next village, and then before you know it, North Somerset is a little bit easier to roll around in your normal day life.
Power of unity.
Yeah, man.
So that's quite interesting.
Freedom is contagious.
Just saying, maybe
it's
is
easier
power.
When you're in the middle of nowhere because there's very few people to fuck it up.
Yeah.
Well, there's something if people go to my website, I've interviewed somebody called Sarah Salyers recently in Scottish independence and how we've been a colony of England since the Union, and it's all kind of fraud as well. I forgot what I was going to say about that
now. Mate, I do that all the time.
Unity in rural areas, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to talk about my local town. I just wanted to get them together because each town needs to understand people in Scotland are actually sovereign. In England, it's the monarch that's sovereign, but in Scotland, it's the people.
That's
so
right.
every community could understand how we've been fucked over, basically, by the English. And
no offense taken.
learn that we're the monarchs and we have the final say over government. We can sack the government at any time. There's this thing called salvo.scot, and they've got a thing called liberation.scot. People are signing up there, and they've got 100,000 people that are going to go and take it to the European Parliament to say, are we in a voluntary union or not, and establish if we're a colony or not. And once we've got that answer, move to becoming independent. And this referendum and Nicola Sturgeon, SNP, that was all bullshit. It's all controlled as well.
Yeah.
So there's an SNP battle going on just now, and there's this one of them in particular called Kate Ash, I think it is. She's speaking a little bit more common sense than most politicians, and she's addressing the real issues. And you've got this guy Humza, who was basically in the Scottish Parliament saying the Chief of Police is white, this guy's white, that guy's white. He went through this whole list. He's more racist than anyone, and he's just more the status quo. And in the background of the SNP, there's all this kind of shenanigans with, them getting arrested. Nicola Sturgeon and her husband, who was in the background and trying to rig the vote to get Humza in. But there's a whole issue there about becoming sovereign. Scottish people have the power. If we could unite each town and understand that and wake up the true Scots law that we had before, we had the system sussed way back in the day, and it's been usurped and everything like that, and we've been hoodwinked and everything. So, but it's in us, and if we could do that, we could be like an example, because obviously the ley lines in Britain like that, we've got power. And if this country in Albion, because in England, you could go back to the Constitution. There's a guy called William Katie who's been talking on the Richard Vobes show recently about going back to the Magna Carta, which was done before Parliament. These principles, if people understood them, that is the real law, instead of all this fictional bullshit. And give people power of understanding that and demanding that of the establishment, because that is the real law,
Yeah, it's very interesting the old knowledge, mate, of how all this started before the Parliament system was brought in and everything.
Yeah, there's a really good movie I watched the other night called The Cheviot, the Stag and the Black Oil, about how Scotland was taken over by the English after the Culloden, and then it goes into the oil fields, how the Americans came and stole all the oil from Scotland, all these corporations, and the people, it's getting sold to it's going directly to England. The people of Scotland are paying extortionate fuel prices, and we've got the best, reserves in the world practically. We should be a rich country,
Yeah.
Yeah, the North Sea oil. You got screwed on the North Sea oil, didn't you?
Big time. That movie is really interesting. People want to check it out. I shared a link to it on my Facebook page recently.
Yeah, interesting stuff. All right, so remember, guys, you can get more of Billy Watson at eqRAnox in 2 weeks' time. We're going to be having his comedy, his poetry. I think you're bringing a guitar as well, aren't you?
I am indeed. I'm not claiming to be mega proficient at any of these things, so I'll give them my best go, and I hope you appreciate it.
Performance is in the energy and how much you love doing it, and that will ride across the whole forest.
That's it.
Yeah. So I will announce that we have got a winner of the competition. There were a pair of tickets being given away. Where is it? What did you just do to the screen? Tristan has won a pair of tickets, so we will reply to his email. He gave us the best reason for those tickets, so congratulations, Tristan. Remember, tickets are available for the eqRAnox. Omar Beats is going to play us out. He should be ready in just a minute. I want to say thank you again, Billy Watson. Awesome to chat to you again, mate. Remember, Billy Watson TV, www.BillyWatsonTV is how you get more of this man here. And, of course, you can come and see him live in the woods in 2 weeks' time.
Thanks very much for having me. It was a pleasure to be on here, and thanks to all your viewers and the kind comments. And, looking forward to the event. It's going to be epic.
Awesome, Billy, mate. Take care. And, we'll see you in 2 weeks' time.
Cheers. Goodbye, folks.
Take care, mate.
Levels.
Yeah, awesome. Billy's part of the family. I like him. Right. Omar Beats. Take him away.
We exchange a few words.
Uh-oh.
You know.
All right, then.
He's talking some gangster shit. I'm talking some gangster shit. I backed out and clapped him.
The Echo of the solar, serpent energy, forbidden beholder. No servant, master, legacy, fuck a bloodline that's older. Say that name, burn that effigy. I'ma rise above soldier and burn that effigy. Yo, cuneiform alphabet. Speaker manifest. Yo, Overbeats drops it on me. We're gonna play you guys out. Big up Lord Doobsworth. Rise above, what's the recipe? When Double L spits on the Overbeats melody. Sex box and the Schwabian peasantry. Yo, it's like this, It's like Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence. From the harpy, the siren, the werewolf, the lion. That's for the silence. The way that I build up lyric is the same way psychics summon up spirits. Spelling out words from the letters on the Ouija board. From the demons you're reaching for, evil force from a greasy horde. Speaking life on the other side. And my lips say move with the force. There's a few points to clarify. They want me to turn to the dark side and make a deal with a life force parasite. That's a burning appetite, observing the herd from a Death Star satellite. Never serving the serpent, further the birth our purpose is working. Under the watchful guise of the all-seeing eye, agents are lurking. Never tell me there's not a conspiracy when 5 million are living the life hurting. You're not a friend to me, don't make me your enemy, we need a revolution. I'll be the first in, and I keep researching. 20 years deep in the cranium's bursting. You've got to put the work in, away from this message MCs are shirking. Nowadays everybody wanna chat, nowadays everybody wanna spit, nowadays everybody bum wax, nowadays everybody wanna wix, nowadays everybody wanna chat like they got stories to tell. Same old crap when they touch the mic, they all sound like these motherfuckers that they forgot about. Yo, Oma Beats. Big shout, Mariam Gregory, JJ Recon. Yeah, Rise Above is still going, we're still flowing, we're not slowing. That's right. Okay, let's re-establish the meme chain. Come on the next beat, Omar. Yo, the various tactics like AI and space-age plastic. Short like fabric, burning acid, HD graphic. 7 access from the Akashic. Mankind got tamed and plastic. Under the myth of progress. We time to discard logic, but there's skeletons live in the closet, and this goes deeper than power and profit. The cycle's already begun. Singularity comes together as one. Digital, under the thumb, time and space, tall like graphic. Yo. Double L, you've heard of me, the flow's poisonous liquid mercury. Hear my voice when I curse the beat, I let it moisten up and then it's surgery. Guilty in charge, I'm a repeat offender. I'm revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data. Success, not defeat, no retreat or surrender. Yo, and I can't let go. A killer artist, Charlie Hebdo. A false flag with actors in tow, and they blamed Islam for the media show. Like 2 weeks later, Copenhagen. Could it be blatant, these global pagans? These traitors feed off people hating, so nothing's changing. Once again, my arse is back on the bench. The prosecution speaks my offensive views on my forward defense, so hence, sort the weak from the chat. Covert conflicts, rearranged maps, government funded hidden bloodbaths. Yo, this round rotates in cycles, encounter rotational Solomon spirals. Masons build towers like Eiffels on vortex points that will drain your vital. Simulacrums appear cyclical, toroid are electro-spiritual. The holosphere projects physical, the manifestational synergies mythical. We got problems, parasitical, inside this Taurus skill is critical. Henceforth mankind is pitiful, pass me the mic and let me explain. Yo, Satan's kingdom, demiurge construct Satan's kingdom. Human cattle ain't got the wisdom of own free will, so default's a victim. Their energy's pulled and pushed like a piston, serving the parasites they can't resist him. Every deep they assist him, trapped inside his hypercube prism. Oh shit. Yeah, some lyrical sorcery. You ready for this? I already told you, bruv. Yo. Ready. Oma Beats. Listen. This is more than lyrics, practical magics or quantum physics. Fasting and bargains with evil spirits who acquiesce to appease my critics. Infinite essence can't be diminished when the fear inside your heart is extinguished. Spellcast, Enochian English, are you LL, the unlimited linguist? Check Sumerian Kindlers, Nephilim ethics of Aryan princes. Difficult methods of mothers and witches and shamans who mix plants in the kitchen, tied to a stake against their wishes. That's what the contents of kerosene pitches. Burnt to a crisp, no word from a witness, dump them in ditches. Yo, suppressing your knowledge of source. Perplexed by a powerful force, stretching the timeline to alter the course. Homage to archonic laws. Well, I'm here to revive what they hidden and I keep it alive. I make sure the sun, moon and stars and the planets collide when I vocalize with a thermal reactor in a verbal enactor. Murderous actors, spelling danger, danger. The last Ronin after the rapture. Navigate the valley and pasture. Disguise my armor, the robes of a farmer. I move like a ninja, the tongue of an actor. Stay up when from the emperor's men. Laying submerged in the temperate fen. In a temperate fen. In a temperate fen.
And it's dubstep.
Please. Oh my beats, please.
STLR.
Yo, please. Don't feed the parasite or succumb to the creed of the acolyte. A false doctrine gorging the appetite. A don gorgonite, pre-adamite. Synergize and creep like Arabite. Stealth maneuvers, evade arrow flight. 4 horsemen shoot at saddle height. 5G starting satellite. Rise above, speak a manifest. A cold patois, cuneiform alphabet. Speak to manifest, a cold patois. Yo, and cuneiform alphabet. No mantras, crystals or amulets. Guard your heart from swab contaminants. No mystical practitioners get more cryptic. Because this is World War 33. Crawl on hands and dirty knees. Climbing dirty trees. We're more than 32 degrees. Your tell Zabrinsky, your silent weapons, you can't hurt me. My name is Double LMC and you'll never make me a refugee. This is World War 33 and I'm a general, it's Double LMC. Salute and march with me. Salute and march with me. Oh my beats. There's a war going on. Yo, there's a war going on. For our minds, for our attention, for our lives. And it keeps going on cause we remain blind. The system is shoveling shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that, or anything on the big screen that's flat. Distractions coming, many formats, bigger time is one thing you never claw back. You're playing GTA, well, focus away, I'm cruising through this free illusion. Why do I need your game to play, This is real, are you feeling me? It's all fighting at a city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller, let me bust my verbal soliloquy. Trust, not me for a power up. I discharge my aura, climb a mountain, cross a border. As I cannot in the mind explorer. A hyper thought skill alliance cause torture. In or out of order, ready for the message, reach your recorder. Yeah. I came to this jungle looking for the shamans to learn knowledge, to get training. I've got questions, need explaining. Who manifests these thoughts we are making? We talk for days but no words were spoken. The third eye's wide open, my 7 chakras awoken. Then the Babylon spell got broken. Come to this jungle, now I'm the shaman. Draw for the power of thunder like Raiden. It's no Mortal Kombat. I won't draw for swords, I'm not on that. Why? The vibration's high. Then I test day and night when I speak to the Buddha and Rastafari. I chat to the prophet, tell no lie. Heal with the shaman, smoke with the Rasta. Learn from the prophet, teach the pastor. They all serve the same master. Too many questions, one answer. Heal with the shaman, smoke with the Rasta. Learn from the prophet, teach them pastor. Then we'll serve the same master. Too many questions, too many questions. Gosh. Tried to do it.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Omar, doing it. Alright, something like this. Yo, fuck a lateral flow. Fuck a lateral flow. Fuck a lateral flow. I come with the multi-dimensional lyrical power. Fuck a lateral flow. I come with the multi-dimensional lyrical blow. Straight to the dome, straight to the dome. Omar beats. Fuck a lateral flow. I come with a multi-dimensional lyrical blow. Straight to the dome. Any covey at weasel, let it be known. Rise above your parasite walls. You could come with the tank of a horse. You could drive at me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates Porsche. You would get bunt and torched.
You sort of drift into it. It's not a thing you set out and say, oh, I'm going to be a super criminal. That's not the intention.
Omar Beats Production.
You really want to get enough money just to go straight. But it doesn't work out that way, you know.
Yo, the deepest web got woven, and not every man got chosen to tread the path of a shogun. The tide of training to combat the cloven hoof. Emboldened arm and golden truth. Swinging swords that's holding proof, and that's ultimate. While you hold it back, rise above, don't fold like a laundromat. Predetermined before the womb. It was written on the walls of a tomb. The Ouroboros eternal circle, the infernal flames of raw gonna burn you. Boiled and curdled the shell of a turtle with 33rd degree epidermal. Fire dance the master traversal, ascending all metaphysical hurdle. Subvert the spectrum like purple. DPM, decrease visibility. Adore my internal optic nerve, increase agility. Shaman tech, occult ability. Shaolin voodoo, smooth delivery. Omar Beast, double LMC, you know we. Yo, I said this is World War 33, and I'm a general, it's double LMC. Salute and march with me. First we end it all, then we ascend. This is World War 33, and I'm a general, it's double LMC. Salute and march with me. Salute. Yo, mission asymmetrical. Big up JJ Recon. Big up Spanish Chicken. Shout to Auntie Tovia.
This is fucking war, mate, yeah? This is fucking war. I've had enough of this shit. I don't know who you fucking think you are, but everyone's gonna know the fucking truth about you by the time I'm done. Dirty secrets protecting paedophiles. Don't forget that. These people are fucking evil. I'm not having this. Who do you think you are? I speak for the fucking normal people. I'm gonna fucking deal with you all. Fucking evil, dirty Pizzagate, child molesting, child raping, fucking killing and eating children, nasty fucking nonce, rapist, dirty cunts. These people are disgusting, and they are protected by the media. Fucking ball bag, wrinkled up cunt murder. Yeah, these people are evil. You want to what? You fucking got one.
I ask questions that are the deepest. What is a religious extremist? A terrorist with a Wahhabi thesis, or pedo priest that are praying to Jesus? A rabbi, circumcising a penis, gesturing God, acting fiendish, lecturing mobs about who is the cleanest, claiming we're equal but acting elitist. Listen up, there's lies in this sermon. Why is that? Your vicar is vermin. Hypocrites ain't hard to determine. You gotta rise up and be wise like a serpent. Beware of the Saviour's servants. They're peddling burden. And remember, indoctrination is different to learning. I said indoctrination is different to learning. Beware, the Saviour said it. The Saviour's servants peddling burden. Indoctrination is different to learning. Remember. Big shout to Auntie Kovia, Andy Pandy 33, Lord Dukesworth, JJ Recon. I for an I. Two for a tooth and double L's live, and I'm live in the booth part.
Consciousness is the greatest mystery of science.
Remember, Equinox tickets are available. Congratulations to Tristan, you won the tickets. We will be emailing you.
If we want to know about this mystery, the last thing we should ask are materialists and scientists. They have nothing to say on the matter at all.
Big shout to the Sheep Farm boys, each and every time. Heavy. Baphomet images, hideous text. Baphomet images, hideous text, insidious scrimmages, tearing your flesh. Advocates limitless criminal privilege, illest and wickedest, kill with finesse. Nefarious passages written for them, inglorious savages, sinister men. Deep in the dungeon, time and your friend. Oh, my bees, come and tell them again. Hold on, when I draw for the force. Spill the rest. After this, it's mad complex. Quantum mechanics and shaman flex. Flex. I said, I'm done. I can't spill the rest. After this, it's mad complex. Quantum mechanics and the shaman flex. Physicists don't know what the spirit is. Hold on, when I draw for the force. Like a Jedi, rebel Star Wars. And then slay metaphors while fools just lay down foes in 10-pace drawers. Spraying out flows in a lyrical war. Well, that's old quick draw McGraw. Now fuck that, back to the force. The power that binds us together, of course, is why the massive bring together in hordes to feed off the energy source. A crowd of people move to the music in sync. It emits an aura beyond what you think. The body is a vehicle, more than flesh. Don't be afraid to tie the last step. Another part of death. Death, I'm done. I can't spill the rest. After this, it's a mad complex. Quantum mechanics and shaman flex. Physicists don't know where the spirit is. And I got the verse wrong for this part of the song. And that's how we do live on a Friday night. Because only did the mix, yeah? In or out of order. Reach for your recorder. Hold on when I draw for the scorcher. It's torture. In or out of order. Reach for your recorder. I don't think you're ready. You're not ready for the new world order. You're not ready for the new Ramish order either. That's where the real order is. Big up Rolf Harris. Thank you, Lord Dopesworth. Big up Infinite Luke Lawson.
I'm done, I can't spill the rest. After this is a mad complex. Quantum mechanics and shaman flex. I'm done, I can't spill the rest. After this is mad complex. Quantum mechanics and the shaman flex.
No need for a power up. I discharge my aura. I climb any mountain, climb any mountain. There's no need for a power up, cause I discharge my aura. Climb any mountain, cross any border. I'm a psychonaut in a mind explorer. Hyperforce killer lines cause torture. In or out of order, ready for the message, reach for your recorder. How you adjust to the new world order. Are you a player? Are you a baller? It never matter what your name get caller. Are you standing? Are you a faller? How you adjust to the new world order? Well, we all make changes, Gotta turn new pages, rising costs and lowering wages. Despite all that, the flame still blazes, and the flame's still burning on as the world keeps turning on. The mistakes we've made so far are the lessons we should be learning from. But that's simple. We forgot these principles. Acutely too analytical. The filth on the streets increase. I move clinical. And this holosphere, techno, electro, toroido, spiritual. Wow. Cause this is more than 232s. Yo, more than 232s on the hook. You want lyrics? I write books. Where your head double L overtook. Oma beats. The David Blaine hand. You see what I'm doing there? Hypnotising you all. It's the cult leader in action, guys. See that? The new Ramish order. I need to get a drink.
To me as you come.
Here I am.
If it keeps going the way it's going, I have a chance to break the deep state. Break deep state. Break the deep state.
only a test.
Omar Beats.
Please do not be alarmed, remain calm.
Please stay calm, it's Omar Beats.
Do not attempt to leave the dance floor.
Please remain calm, it's Rise Above. Andy Tiny
This
33
station,
in
in
the house.
conjunction with other airwave announcements, will conduct this exact test without prejudice.
The Umbrella Corp is in charge of this transmission.
The soul, the mind, the body, the positive, the negative, the ground, the sun, the moon, the star, the star, the star, the star.
This is a system, yo, this is a system test.
We repeat, this is only a test.
This is a system
only
test.
A test.
Okay. Uh-oh. Is everybody ready for the system test?
This is only a test.
This is a system test. Adjust your parameters. This is a system test. Adjust your parameters. Corrupt and scandalous. Life is crude and amorous. Are you a victim? Yeah. Cameras flash, stay dazzlers. You can't predict the threat of a flow so deep and cavernous, steep and hazardous, with incredible length and wide diameters. I'm not your average maverick. Locked your 16s, leave them staggering like a sick dream in the mind of a sick teen. Ooh. Big shout to JJ Recon, glad you're liking the beats, bro. Did somebody say Omar Beats? Government images, hideous text, insidious scrimmages, terror your flesh. We advocate limitless criminal privilege, illest and wickedest filled with finesse. The various passages written for them, inglorious savages, sinister men. Omar Beats, tell them again. Rise above, get ready, stop, wait, are you ready? Stop, wait, get ready, stop, wait, please get ready. Rise above, hear it, we're heavy, stop, wait, please get ready, ready. Get ready. Listen up. Ladies and gents, stand up, get your ass off a bench. We're hitting up all types of events, clubs and raves and a big top tents and a big measurements. You know it makes sense. It costs money, so you better save pence. It's gonna be one thing or the other. There's no time left to sit on the fence, and it's big. That's how we rave, man. It's big. That's how we rave, man. It's big. That's how we rave, man. You can't play if you got no game plan. Wow. Okay then, here we go. Let's do it. On the beat. I'm feeling the charge of thunder, a dark foreboding sky we are under. It's hectic, stood in the presence of wonder. Open your eyes and awake from the slumber. It's hectic. Awake from the slumber. Life is a battle. Dance in the rain, I'm the drummer. I forgot that one. I'm a repeat offender. That's right, I'm a repeat offender. I'm revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data. I'm a repeat offender, revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data. Success or defeat, no retreat or surrender. And I can't let go. A killer artist, Charlie Hebdo. A false flag with actors in tow, and they blame Islam for the media show. 2 weeks later, Copenhagen. Could it be blatant these global pagans? These traitors feed off people hating. So nothing's changing. Guilty charge, repeat offence. Once again, my ass was back on the bench. The prosecution speaks my offensive views on my form of defence, so hence, sort the wheat from the chaff. Covert conflicts, rearrange maps. Government funded, hidden bloodbaths. Misinformation is way off the graph. Seek out multiple sources. Beware of malevolent forces. They steer clear minds off courses. Hold your aura strong like a fortress. And operate in a lawless state. 7 more minutes, we'll finish at 1 o'clock. Strike like Typhon, like a python. I strike like Mike, like a python. Big up Auntie Cobia and JJ Reaper. Oi, I put music on a back burner. I put music on a back burner. Cause combat sports is a serious earner. When I step in the ring and they hit, it's a real head turner. Nobody can do it like this. A unique flavour, natural twist. Don't know shit about an uppercut fist, but I know show business. MCs look up to me, the same way Conor McGregor looks up to Khabib. Before the eagle landed, I grip the microphone single-handed, and I swing it like Anthony Joshua, with a heavyweight style that is muscular. And I'm travelling Billy Joe Saunders all around the world, yeah, the shows are enormous. The shows are enormous. Kiss my teeth. There's a war going on, there's a war going on, there's a war going on. For our minds, for our attention, for our lives. Whips and cars, I chat bars about MCs. I chat bars, yo, MCs chat about whips and cars. I chat bars about pyramids on Mars. Another weird subject, hidden for years, blood. Candy, I'm doing BKB on Sunday. Hardest bastards going. I got a flow like a vintage wine. I got a flow like a vintage wine. I can rinse it, it still gets better and better. I got a flow like a vintage wine. I can rinse it, it still gets better with time. Never pinch it, or be stingy with a line. Gonna clinch it, go get 'em, get 'em. And go get 'em with a line, cause I got a flow like a vintage wine. It gets better with time. I won't stop flowing and going. Got a flow like a vintage wine. It gets better with time. And I can't stop flowing. Yeah. Big shout out from an eye, thank you very much. We move forward at 133 MPH only. Rise above, you can't stop us, unstoppable. And we revitalise, we're more fresh. Revitalise, more fresh than before, so blessed. More fresh than before, so blessed. You better reach for the chord, no stress. Put a foot to the floor. Yeah, we settle the score, never acquiesce. I break from the source, unique with a natural force. So sleek, there's no time for a pause, but I bet there's time for a round of applause. So stop, freeze, pause. Throw up your hands, everybody down for the cause. Face breaks jaws. Hit the floor, get down on all fours. We rewrite laws. I'm a beast at an accidental pause. Yeah, hit all fours. Freeze, pause. I said stop, freeze, pause. Get down on all fours, we rewrite laws. Stop, freeze, pause. Throw up your hands if you're really down for the cause. Cause bass breaks jaws, hit the floor and get down on all fours. We still got 110 people tuned in. You know that, Dukesworth, you know that. I said, MCs look up to me, the same way Conor McGregor looks up to Khabib before the eagle landed. I grip the mic single-handed, and I swing it like Anthony Joshua. With a heavyweight style, it's all muscular, and I'm travelling Billy Joe Saunders all around the world, and the shows are enormous. Hadouken! We do a raw Hadouken around here. Uh-oh. Yo, it's double L and a clear horror on this. The milk goes hard, like butter on crumpets. Start from the start, never been a dumb kid. We got skills to blow our own trumpet. Yeah, that's what I said. Big up Andy Pandy. What was that bar? Unstoppable. Wait a minute. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional odd set. And it's cruel from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. We're still thriving despite the drawbacks. Ill-right in designing formats. The man's climbing at wiping the floor mat. Yo, because greasing cogs inside the Leviathan, keeping watch on the eyes conspiring. Catch wind and sound of the siren, fuel to the furnace and the furnace is firing. Not expiring, expanding. I'm inquiring to gain understanding. A fall from the top equals a crash landing. You got fooled by the devil's rebranding. And it's true. I think that lyric just fucked up Homer's mix. It was so dope. Up against an immovable object, placing bets on illusional odd set. And it's cruel from the onset, killing you slow is the usual project. Despite the drawbacks, we're ill-right in designing formats. Yo, I think I'm getting in the zone. Greasing cogs inside the Leviathan, keeping watch on the eyes conspiring. Catch wind and sound of the siren, fuel to the flames of the furnace is firing. Not expiring, expanding. Expanding. Standing, there's no misunderstanding. Standing, there's no misunderstanding. I landed, and the skills expanded. Standing, there's no misunderstanding. I landed, bruh, and the skills expanded and branded. Lyrically outstanding. If I'm ever stranded, I keep my hand in. I keep reaching for things that aren't there. Big up Infinite Troops. Big shout to Billy Watson TV. I like this tempo because I can do my grind bars, but a little bit slower. We can play around. What you saying, Homer Beats? Wicked it's not bogus. The heaviest shit, no floaters. The vibe provided with a tight rhyme cipher. Direct with the speed of a lotus.
Hypnotic, robotic, hypnotic,
oh, yeah.
robotic.
Wicked it's not bogus. The heaviest shit, no floaters. The vibe provided with a tight rhyme cipher. Direct with the speed of a lotus. No middlemen and no jokers. A serious thing with no jokers. A landslide win with no voters.
Hypnotic, robotic.
Homer Beats is hurting it.
Hypnotic, robotic, hypnotic, robotic. Hypnotic, robotic, hypnotic, robotic.
Solidarity and cohesion. And cohesion, that's the way of the Ramesh.
Hypnotic, robotic. Hypnotic, robotic, hypnotic, robotic.
Uh-oh.
Hypnotic, robotic.
Umbrella Corps take over.
Hypnotic, hypnotic.
Alright.
Hypnotic, robotic, hypnotic, robotic.
Solidarity and cohesion. Together, respect their lesion. Never stop it while I'm still breathing. Forever hot on the topic, I'm steaming. Forever seen psychotically reading. Documenting their plotting and scheming. Yeah, their illogical teaching. Leave me yearning for a topical preaching. I'm peeling back the layers of deception. Mirror traps, untrue directions. Peer through the cracks in perception. Say my prayers and my reflection. Knowledge of self and power of mind. Intellectual wealth, power of mind. Yo, I come off the hour, I bung down the tower that threatened mankind. Come off the hour, come off the man, come off the man, come off the hour. I draw for the power to burn down the tower that threatened mankind. With my Ramesh family, with the Ramesh army. Yo, that's why we rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love. We light up the darkness, a single candle lights it up. Yes, we light up the darkness, a single candle lights up the darkness. That is the power that we all harness. That is the mighty power of the Ramesh. Peace, pick up your plow and prepare for the harness. Tighten the harness, bruv, prepare for the harvest. These bastards out here, they ain't farming for parsnips. Yo, protect your loose from these parasite bastards. Yeah, we're going off tonight. Yo, ominous growls from a shadowy corner. On my neck feels warm. Deep in the dungeon, it's my true form. Howling screams from the echo chamber. Cries of anguish narrate the night. Devilish themes, no movie trailer. The darkened heart stays far from the night. Growling demon taunts me relentless. From a fallen empress, creating a vortex. Wow. Blood drips congealed in the dirt. Forms red mud. Blood drips congealed on the dirt. It forms red mud. Are you feeling the hurt when the carnage occurs? We let the demon speak and then hang on his words. Mesmerized by the evil inside. Hypnotizing all people alive. Shit, it's a tongue twister. Baphomet images, hideous text, insidious scrimmages, tear at your flesh. Advocates limitless criminal privilege, illest and wickedest, kill with finesse. Nefarious passages written for them, inglorious savages, sinister men. Deep in the dungeon, all my beats tell them again. I was serving the master, been enlisted. A track in the dungeon, twisted. Serving the master, been enlisted. Something's coming. Back in the set. Some of these ain't new bars, they're old bars. You just might not have heard them before, Andy. "28 days later, they couldn't prepare for the mass effect. The warning system is an all-out failure. Trigger figure couldn't reach for eject. I rolled in derelict landscape. My wordplay leave a man with bandages. What is the verdict? Did it take place with the look on your face says you can't handle it? Pretenders surrender. Group all defectors into the center. Double L's the realness defender. Metaphor syllables, I'm the assembler. Spit bars the MCs remember. Leave a scar like a lifelong memory. If I can't calm my temper, all my beats gonna burn for centuries. Yo. Discharge my aura. Climb any mountain, cross any border. I'm just like a naughty, the mind explorer. Hyperlines kill the force. Hyperlines kill the lines cause torture. Yo. Now release cause the filth on the streets increase.
In this most betraying.
Okay.
Merely sleeping.
Yeah. There's no contest without the adversary. Demons and the angels, it's cursory. It's all catalyst, reimbursing me. Adult babies, please step back. I said there's no contest without the adversary. Demons and angels, it's cursory. It's all catalyst, reimbursing me. Adult babies, back in the nursery. We don't fear the denying force. I'm at the steed of the iron horse. I was taught the higher force by learning to master my quiet thoughts. See the triad from the fourth, quadrivium, vision, primal laws, and a million minions to my door. I'll send back 33 million more centuries and millennia. Planning, preparing, I'm telling ya. Last contest, the final competitor. This time no editor. Fuck a reset, I'm no inheritor. Aborigine elder. Yo. 33. World War 33. This is World War 33. And they crawl on hands and dirty knees. Yo. Okay. Listen. In asymmetrical warfare, we don't fire missiles land to air. We don't fire projectiles air to land. Let me elucidate and expand. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Epic violence will silence yours. Invasive procedures prying doors, violating your bio clause. Schwabian tech permeates your pores, severing souls straight from their source. Invading all natural laws, like you're a fourth industrial whore and a slave to the forum. Social credit point scoring that protein block from yesterday morning. It come with the carbon reduction warning. Who? The carbon is you. Fourth industrial biofuel. The moon is hungry, he's got to eat too. Don't deny him of his gruel. Yeah, I said food for the moon. I explained it literally on this tune. I guarantee too much for the room, but shit, they're gonna learn soon. This is World War 33, and I'm the general. It's double LMC. Salute and march with me. First we end it all, then we ascend. This is World War 33, and I'm the general. It's double LMC. Salute and march with me. First we end it all, then we ascend. 3D. Right, last couple from me and Omar. Ideas aggregate from eqRAnox. New one again. Here we go. Listen. Yo. Ideas aggregate from eqRAnox. Force condensed into crystalline metaphor. Metamorphose code or semaphore. Metaphor told Al Gore's repertoire. Melted ice cap burst in reservoir. That was caused by a meat suit avatar. Rah, that's mental sabotage. A cattle car to an abattoir. If you fool that easy, see you later. The dumbest NPC and the creator. He's a proper consumer, propaganda propagator. Seek ascension or get ready to meet your maker. Contracts with blood on paper. Sign it now, read it later. Wow. Okay. Big shout out to everyone tuned in. It's Omar Beats and Double L. Yo, listen. We wait for the drop. Friday night. In a binary, in a binary, in a binary, in a binary. Yo. In a binary, one more I add. 3-point energy flow of the triad. This trivium is not trivial. It's fundamental sacred material. Occult, physical, yogic mudras. Midnight visuals in Arctic tundras. In a realm full of signs and wonders. Hungry predators, ravenous hunters. In a realm full of signs and wonders. Hungry predators, ravenous hunters. Right arm, hold your carcass triumphant. I said, right arm, hold your carcass triumphant.
Stop your running about. It's time to straighten right out. Stop your running around, making problems uptown. Rudy, a message to you, Rudy, a message to you. Message to you.
leader. Propaganda rubber this don't fall dropping on the speaker. Not a leg to stand on, hand on heart. Break away from the pack with my back to the march. Walking in the wilderness, head back to the car. In fact, the tracks has got me sleeping, falling back to the park.
R.I.P. Turbo. Homer didn't actually mean to play the instrumental.
Yo, if you think that you're high risk, get healthy, don't buy shit. Don't be scared of a cough and a little bit of spit, cause it's not legit. I don't really care about the testing kit. I don't know why they're still getting tested for it. Living in fear in the houses with disinfectant, wiping down all the surfaces. Practicing social distancing, cause they can't see where the real Mercus is. Thinking the only way they're gonna stay alive is they're washing their hands every 15 minutes. So deep in it, they ain't never gonna see where the sin is. Psychologically subdued, watching the news, they don't wanna die hard, Bruce Willis. Yo, mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. They want me tracing tracks, can't eat out without an iPhone app. Follow the rules or you'll all get sacked. Just like sheep with the wolves in a pack. Bullying but they're still calling for tax. Man, I can't wait for the walls to collapse. I ain't gonna sit back and wait for the vax, and I still can't drink water from the tap. Them man, they want arms. They must think that we're born in bars. Try to finesse, but they ain't got a chance. Push bare fear cause they wanna advance. Say they wanna keep us alive, but didn't mention the electric plants. Never can't go to the club and dance. A little while back, man, the media were blaming Qurans. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. Mass non-compliance, the lockdowns ain't backed by science. We come to bring that truth, show them proof that we are the giants. We are the giants. Son, are we speaking the truth in the sharpest tongue? Feast on a rabbit, served with a garnished lunch. We got the hardest puns. Mind master, trust your ability. NPC is an IQ deficiency. They're living in mental captivity. I'll never submit to these bloodline dynasties. On the dawn of a harvest, crops are sown to trade corn with the farmers. Sometimes I want out of this nightmare society, like I was born with the Amish. I've got the formula mastered, claiming our power, there's more to be harnessed. I'm no ordinary artist, try wage war, I'll be forming the armies. eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meetings or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest song, we're telling them welcome to the eqRAnox. Welcome to the eqRAnox.
On the night of a harvest moon, I take flight to the farthest tomb. I meditate in the darkest room by the candlelight until the spark exhumes. On the night of a harvest, I see a silhouette hunter hold up a carcass, and he heartbeats a target, and blood trails the ground like red carpet. On the night of a harvest moon, so sacred, silk on an ancient loom. Hooded robes in ritual rooms, grey all night from yesterday's moon. On the night of a harvest, farmers emerge and they set up a market. It's all business regardless.
eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meetings or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest song, we're telling them welcome to the eqRAnox. Welcome to the eqRAnox. On the dawn we glance to the east. We ain't scared of the mark of the beast. Performing sacred rituals, nobody but a shaman and me. If they wanna take me out, they better come with at least 33 Schwabi and fleet. Cause I won't go quietly, they're gonna have to do more to silence me. That's the irony, lost in this messed up society. They wanna force their views on our offspring, teaching our children that gender's non-binary. This is social engineering to try fulfill transhuman agenda. Al Gore better come prepared, cause I ain't in the mood to be censored. eqRAnox, that's eqRAnox. Our essence is infinite, not confined to meetings or Tesla bots. On the night of a harvest moon, on the dawn of a harvest sun, we're telling them welcome to the eqRAnox. Welcome to the eqRAnox. I'm a freelance quantum gardener with a homemade combine harvester. So when I see your crops wilting, I got the organic rod that will harden them. This realm rotates in cycles in counter-rotational Solomon spirals. Masons build towers like Eiffel and vortex points to drain your vital. Simulacrums appear cyclical, toroidal electro-spiritual. The holosphere projects physical, the manifestational synergy's mythical. We got problems, parasitical, inside this torus field is critical. Henceforth mankind is pitiful, rise and shine, please explain.
Thank you very much for tuning in, everybody.